The Louie Tee Network is powered by Music Head University. Music Heads, classes in session. Turn me up. Enroll on YouTube now. Link is in the description. Who else could it be but me, your man, Louie Tee, here on this Louie Tee Network exclusive. For the next 5 hours, I will be your road guide as we navigate these murky schedule day waters. Schedule release day is today. Officially, the schedules will be released tonight at 8 p.m. But as we all know, this schedule is getting leaked at a rapid rate right now as we speak, and we're putting this thing together. I am in the process of inputting these things, and I actually enjoy this exercise because it helps me to learn everyone's schedule. If I don't do this, I won't know what the schedule is for a lot of these teams. I won't realize who plays who, when, where, how, why, etc. So instead of doing it the lazy way, which is the easy way, and that's going out and finding one that's already filled in, I fill it in myself, and you guys are going to help me fill it in. So as the news comes down and you're seeing it on social media, please feel free to drop it in the comment section, and so we can continue to fill this out. So I'm in the process of continuing to fill it out. So I'm not done. There's still a lot of games that I have not filled in quite yet. But as you can see, this is what we have thus far. I think I have all of the Commanders games that we know of right now, and there may have been one or two that have been released here recently that I don't have access to. So if you have it, throw it out there. But right now, this is what we got. So no week 5 buys, the first thing that jumps out at me. Obviously, week 1, Philadelphia wasn't ideal. I wanted Arizona. I wanted a layup in week 1. Going to Philadelphia, not ideal, but all right, let's go slay the dragon, right? Let's go slay the 2-time NFC East champions in their home turf, right? Week 1. Seattle, defending Super Bowl champions, week 3. This is not an easy start to the schedule, right? This is not an easy start to the season. Philadelphia on the road, week 1. Seattle, week 3. What is week 2? I've said that our week 2 opponent has always, well, hasn't always, but early in the season, Jaden Daniels has always had some sort of primetime game. Maybe it is a primetime game in week 2, and we haven't had that confirmed yet. Maybe it's the Arizona Cardinals, right? Maybe it's another road game, right? Pick one of the road opponents that we have on the schedule, like a Jacksonville that's not already listed, and maybe that's the week 2 opponent. You look at the all right. Can you guys hear me now? You should be able to hear me now. Can you guys hear me now? Check, check, check. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Guess who? Mohamed Sanu. All right, sweet. Yeah, I saw the audio cut out on my monitor in front of me. So I don't know what happened right there. But in any event, by process of elimination, you can start to see that the schedule is taking shape. Week 2, I'm thinking it's going to be a road game just because you have 3 straight home games after week 2. I doubt they're going to give you 4 straight, road home games in a row. So I'm assuming week 6 and week 2 are road opponents, assuming that week 6 isn't the bye, right? That's the first thing that jumped out at me after the week 1 opponent being Philadelphia was, okay, we didn't take the bye. And I noticed that Indianapolis didn't have a week 5 bye, and that made me think we weren't going to have a week 5 bye. And then, boom, I see that the Giants are the week 5 opponent, so it makes sense that we don't have the week 5 bye. So really interested to see where this bye is going to fall. As you can see, the schedule is starting to take shape for the Commanders. Week 2 is open. You can't have a bye in week 2. Obviously, you have week 6 and week 7 that are open. Weeks 12 and 13 are open. There are no buys in weeks 16, 17, and 18. So right now, the Commanders' bye is either going to be week 6 or 7 or week 12 or 13. One of those 4 weeks will be the Commanders' bye week. I don't hate any of those weeks, to be honest with you. 6 and 7 still a little bit early for me. 7 not so much. 6 a little early. If we were complaining about week 5 being early, then 6 can't be like, oh well, 6 is fine. Like 6 is still early, right? 7, you start to get towards the middle of the season. It feels like over the last 5 years, we've been in that 12, 13, 14 range. Last year, I think we played over in Madrid in week 11, and we had a week 12 bye. So if we had a week 12 bye again, it wouldn't shock me. But we will see. But this is a rough start to the season. Philadelphia on the road, Seattle in week 3. You probably need an Arizona in week 2, right? If we're being honest, we probably need an Arizona in week 2. You don't want Jacksonville. You don't want to go to Jacksonville in week 2. You want a layup. You need a layup. And again, Arizona's probably looking at us like food, right? As they should. But if we're being honest with ourselves, we need a Tennessee. We need a Arizona in week 2 to try and, just in case Philadelphia week 1 doesn't go well, right? Just in case Philadelphia week 1 does not go well. All right. So, my prediction for the Commanders from a primetime perspective, 4 primetime games. That's what I was assuming. Right now, we have 3, as you can see on the schedule in front of you. We have 3 listed. They come in 4 weeks, right? So they kind of condense our primetime schedule. Week 8, we're at home. I actually got this one. I don't know if I got the week right or not. Let me look at mine. My initial one that I put out, I had Philadelphia week 5 Sunday Night Football. But then remember, that all got screwed up because of the prime time, and I had to push everything down. I don't remember where I put it after that, but I don't care about that. I got Sunday Night Football against the Philadelphia Eagles, right? I got the actual team and the platform correct. So we are playing the Eagles on Sunday Night Football at home, which is what I predicted. It's in week 8. I hate the Giants, right? That's a Thursday night game if you're looking at the grid. Thursday night game, Giants on the road for the Commanders. I hate that. Why are we playing the Giants on primetime? Nothing about that game is appealing to me. Cincinnati, I called that one, right? Monday Night Football. The NFL loves a good sequel, right? So, of course, they're going to run it back from 2 years ago. So, Cincinnati at Washington, week 11, Monday Night Football. So, you have a Sunday night in week 8, a Thursday night in week 10, and a Monday night in week 11. Those are the 3 confirmed primetime games that the Commanders have right now. Obviously, you're in London in week 4. That's a standalone game. I think there's one more Commanders primetime game somewhere on this schedule. I could be wrong, and they could just give us 3. And then maybe we get flexed later in the season. Maybe there's a Saturday game late in the season for us with our name on it. But right now, 3 is what we see for the Commanders in terms of primetime games. That's one of the first things I always look at. Where's the bye week? Where are the primetime games? How many of them do you have? Right now, we've got 3. All right. So let's continue on filling in some of these open gaps that we have. So I have Ozzy at Ozzy NFL pulled up as an alternate for me so I can see what's going on, because Ozzy's all over this grid that you see created by Nerding on NFL. They're all kind of affiliated at Aussie NFL. They're all kind of intertwined. They do a great job of covering the schedule release, like from top to bottom. They're all over this stuff. They're pulling information from everywhere. So this is one of the most trusted sources this time of the year. And this is where I'm going to be getting the vast majority of the information that I'll be inputting into this grid as we are live together for the next 5 hours. So I left off at Commanders Texans week 13. So right here, you have let's keep going down here. All right. I got the Colts. There we go. We're Broncos and Ravens. Broncos and Raiders, week 15. So I'm going to go ahead and input that into the grid. Broncos will be the road team. And if you guys have anything you want to say, throw it in the comment section. I should be able to see it. I've got multiple screens up. And we can talk about any irregularities that you see with the schedule or anything that piques your interest with the schedule. Any Commanders information comes out, please throw it this way so we can input it into the grid. Cite your sources. You already know I'm a big cite your sources guy. And really, I'm just getting all my stuff off of Aussie NFL. Because it's the easiest, most trusted source for me this time of the year. I trust very few, right? So let's get to Broncos. I need a red Denver. All right, let's get us a red Broncos. Let's get this red Broncos, and that's going to be week 15 against the Raiders. So we'll throw that one here. Actually, I need a black Broncos, not a red. All right. So we'll take that and we'll put it here. When these schedules come out, the funny thing is a lot of times the schedule that is released or the leaks, they're usually like one or the other, like all the home games or all the road games. It's usually not like a mixture of both, unless like the entire schedule is being released all at once. You usually get like all the home games. I'm like, do the Bears play any road games? Because all of the games that were released were all like Bears home games. And then the Jets, I had like all the Jets home games. I'm like, do the Jets play any road games this year? So it's always weird how these things get released. We need, and it's been like that with the Raiders. You see all these blacks, meaning they're at home. Red means road game. Black means home game. We got another red Raiders here because, again, another Raiders home game. But the good thing about that is, too, when you do it this way, you know that the ones that aren't filled in, a lot of times, once you get all of these home games filled in, the rest of them are road games for the most part. Now it's all about figuring out who the actual opponent is going to be. But you kind of already know, okay, yeah, we got a lot of the home games out of the way. So that's been the case with the Raiders, the Jets, the Bears, another team where you get a bunch of their home games already knocked out. So let's move this Raiders. Let's get this over here, week 15. Down one. There we go. Down here. Let's get it nice and straight. That's good right there. All right. So Got that game. And go to the next one on the slate. Browns and Jets. Week number 5. Browns at Jets. All right. I see I got a super here. So let's knock that out. Barrett Downing. Thank you for being a member for 56 months. Celebrate, my guy, Barrett Downing. Right. Blessings to you and yours. 15 days to go, my bro. 15 days to go. 15 days to go. I want to ask you for what, but I'm always just on edge about asking for what. Then you get hit with a D's nuts or something like that. I assume this is my guy BD, but you can't be safe anymore, man. You just can't be safe anymore. My guy Barrett Downing, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, thanks for always being my go-to for Commanders content. I appreciate you for continuing in support, man. You know I'm going to always hold y'all down. We're going to always be here. We're going to always make sure that we taking care of business. And I just appreciate that y'all kick it with me. You know what I mean? All right. Next one. Will Cato. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Will Cato writes, I'll be buying tickets when they come to Minnesota. Hopefully we can score this go round. Yes. I don't assume and expect another shutout. But we definitely need all the support we can get. Minnesota is a one of those stadiums where it feels like it's packed full of their own fans. And I don't feel like we have a lot of presence in Minnesota. When we go to Minnesota, might be part of the reason why we've struggled so mightily there. It's always a tough place for us to play regardless. I kind of laid that out, but last year was ridiculous. Getting blanked by a Vikings team that wasn't very good, especially at the time that we played them. There's no excuse for that. We were just awful last year. We're going to be a lot better this year, and we're going to be a lot more competitive. Don't know when that game is. That's one of the games that right now has not been leaked. And maybe we won't find that one out until later on this evening. But I mean, you can look at what's available, right? It's not going to be week 18, so you can do the process of elimination. It's not going to be week 18, obviously. But it could be 17, 16, 12, 13, 6, 7, or 2, right? It could be one of those. It'll be one of those weeks. So we'll figure it out. But when that day comes, when we get closer to whenever that game is, I'm going to have to put you on assignment. You know what to do, but I'm going to have to put you on assignment. Jay Mish, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. I'm just going to assume this is Jay Michelle. Writes, I'm never scared, but Sunday, 9/13 is my 40th B-Day, and I want a gift. LOL. Guess I got to count on the good guys to give me one. I believe in them. Hashtag HTTC. Facts. That's all you can do, right? I mean, would you have preferred this to have been Arizona instead of Philadelphia? Yes, absolutely. That would have made you feel a lot better on your 40th. But nonetheless, F it, we ball, right? Like, we ain't scared. Like you said, we ain't never scared, right? F it, we ball. We going back to the scene of the crime from the NFC Championship game. Last year's win in Philadelphia didn't count. It didn't count, right? It did count, right? But it didn't count, okay? It count for the sake of, hey, whatever streak we were on, losing streak-wise in Philadelphia, that shit's over. I think the last time we had won in Philadelphia was probably the Taylor Heineke game prior to last year's season finale. Cool. We snapped that streak, whatever that was. But Tanner McKee was the quarterback. We didn't even want to win the game. Anyway, the bottom line is 2024, the NFC Championship game, January of 2025, was the last real visit to Philadelphia, and it didn't go well. We got to return to the scene of the crime, look at the chalk outline from that debacle, and we got to get over the PTSD of that game and go get us a dub to start our season off. So, yeah, let's do it for Jay Michelle. Let's do it for Jay Mitch. We got to do it. We ain't scared. We ain't never scared. F it, we ball. Let's go get the dub for you on your born day. We got to have it. My guy BD. Double up. Oh, hell yeah. I love that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He says his retirement is in 15. We counting it down, bruh. The hard part is over with. You've done all of the hard work. Now you get to enjoy the fruits of your labor, my friend. Thank you for your service. Now, 15 days from now is the start of the rest of your life. Enjoy it, my friend. You earned it. Shout out to my guy, BD, Barrett Downing, on his upcoming retirement, man. Everybody in the comment section, show some love to Barrett Downing and wish him happy retirement. 15 days. We counting it down with you now. Now I know what we counting down. All right. Now I know what we counting down for sure. Hey, Scotty. What up? My guy, Scotty writes, salute. Thank you for the content. It helps me through the workday afternoons. Look, man, I'm going to do all that I can to make sure that those of you who are out in the workforce have something to make your day go a little bit faster. I know what it's like to be looking up at that clock and just watching it go slower and slower. Anything that can serve as a distraction makes the time fly by, right? And if that's what I can provide for you, I'm willing to sign up for that job, man. So shout out to you. Hey, Scotty, my guy. Really appreciate you, my guy, as always. Damon Battle, been a member for 18 months, who writes, Grant Paulson said Jaguars week 17. Okay. Again, until I get confirmation of that, but we don't have the Jaguars on the schedule yet. Week 17 is available. I could see that being a destination. I would love to go to Jacksonville in December. Shit, January, that week 17 is January 3rd. It's going to be cold as shit on the East Coast, but it'll be nice and sunny and probably 75 degrees in Jacksonville. I say that, and it's been snowing down south here the last couple of years and whatnot. So it might not be as warm, but it won't be as cold. I can tell you that. It won't be 20-something degrees. It won't be 30-something degrees like it could be potentially on the East Coast. So sign me up for some week 17 Jacksonville, if that's in fact the case. Sign me up. Dougalicious, thank you for being a member for 10 months. Really, truly do appreciate you. Who writes, my Philly fam already talking that ish. Look, man, you already know what time it is. Soon as they were the week 1 opponent, the shit talking starts. Just when the Giants and Cowboys figured out they were going to do battle again in week 1, that's when the shit talking starts. So now that we know there are week 1 opponent, it's funny when the Kings were talking about this. I remember one of them said, I can't remember if it was Rio or if it was Rico, but somebody was like, maybe it's going to be an all NFC East week 1. A lot of the teams around the league are playing their divisional opponents. And I'm like, well, everybody can't do that. There got to be some teams that, play teams outside of their division, because we've seen a lot of divisional games in week 1. But we were a part of that divisional week 1 wave that we've seen sweeping across the NFL this year. So I bet your fam is already talking cold hard cash, and hopefully they write a check that their ass can't cash, that their Eagles can't cash come September 13th. That's the hope. A lot of time between now and then, but I can tell you this much: we ain't the team they saw last year. Just like they not the team we saw last year. They probably assume that they're going to be better than they were a season ago. We're a lot better than that garbage ass team that they saw the week. What was it? The week before Christmas, I believe. It was either the week before or after Christmas. Like that game last year against Philadelphia at home. There was nothing fun about that game except the fight, the little brawl, the mini brawl that broke out. that was one of the highlights of the season. That's how down bad we were last year. The highlight of our season was us destroying Tyler Steen and jumping on him like a pack of wolves and hyenas, destroying him in a little scrap. That was the highlight of our season, one of the highlights of our season. Ford Frey, my guy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hey, Lou, what up, Silver Fox? Says Silver here. Says, always appreciate all your time and efforts every year. I try, man. That's all I can do is try. I appreciate y'all just as much as y'all appreciate me for the effort. I appreciate y'all for the time. So the energy is reciprocated. Does Ozzy tell you which games are at 4 and 425? P? Cheers, my friend. Not all the time. Let me go back to the site. Yeah, most of the time he does have what time the game is. As I'm looking at it, yeah, they do. He does. Because when most people report these games, they have the time. So yeah, he does. Most of our games are at 1 o'clock. Like our fan base was crying last year. Oh, we got too many 4 goals. We got our fan base was crying last year about the amount of non-1 o'clock games. So we pissed the NFL off last year because we were ass. Like they bet on us last year and we crapped them out. So they just dumped a bunch of 1 o'clock kicks on us. And that's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But you know, some of these opponents you would think would have warranted 425 America's Game of the Week type of activity, and they're not. Like the Rams, 1 o'clock kick. Texans, 1 o'clock kick. Seahawks, if I'm not mistaken, 1 o'clock kick. Like a lot of these games are at 1 o'clock. We got to earn our way back into the good graces of the NFL. You know, we pissed a lot of people off last year with our play, and I don't blame them. So right now, it is what it is. But yes, Ozzy does have the times on the games that he has listed. So a lot of 1 o'clock games. I can tell you that right now. Of all the games, I think Seattle's a 1 o'clock game. The Giants in week 5 is a 1 o'clock game. The Rams in week 9 is a 1 o'clock game, if I'm not mistaken. The Houston game is a 1 o'clock game, and the Atlanta game in weeks 14 and 15, respectfully, are both 1 o'clock games. So right now, the only non-1 o'clock games that we have are the international game against Indy, obviously 9:30 kick on the East Coast, AM. And then Philly Sunday night, Giants a Thursday night, Cincinnati a Monday night. So, yeah. That's kind of how it's set up right now. So, let me get back to inputting these games in. And if I get any more comments, we will get back to those. But I left off at Browns at the Jets week 5. So I need a black Browns I need a black Cleveland and a red Jets. Again, another Jets home game. Like I said, but they release. I see what's happening. They release a lot of these when the leaks. They release a lot of them, like all the home games, all the road games. That's kind of how these leaks come out. Because like I said, a lot of Jet home games, a lot of Raider home games, Bears road home games. So let's get this Cleveland Week 5 Jets. Here it is. All right. Perfecto. And now we need a red Jet. Yeah, all the red Jets. We got a bunch of them. All right. Let's grab this red Jets. And then while I'm just sitting here talking to y'all, shooting the shit. Did y'all see that Jaden Daniels is going to be a part of quarterback this year? I saw somebody say, well, that explains why the season went the way it did last year, which is crazy. But that I think it's gonna suck now, right? Like, I equate it to last year when we were on Hard Knocks and how we were ass, and it made it not fun to watch. Jaden was hurt, and I remember the first season of quarterback when Marcus Mariota got hurt. Now, his was still interesting because he went AWOL. He had the birth of his first child, his daughter. And so he just left. And he had an injury, and it was weird, and it was a crazy situation. But once you get injured, your storyline isn't as entertaining, right? The fun part is you going through the season, the ups, the downs. Once you're hurt, like, what are we doing? Watching you rehab, watching you mentally, push through not being on the field. Like, and then Jaden's injuries were like crazy injuries. Like, I don't see them documenting, like following him around with his arm injury. Maybe they'll see him like after he's had time for that to kind of heal a little bit, and then maybe he'll talk about it. But it's going to be interesting from the standpoint of it's still Jaden Daniels, but he's not playing football. The beginning will be fun. That Chargers game will be fun, but he didn't play really after the Cowboys game, in week 7. His season was pretty much spotty after that. So I don't know how entertaining that's actually going to be for us as Commanders fans. But I'm not turning it down. I can tell you that much. I will be watching. I will be tuning in, but I'm not as thrilled as I would have been had like this been the 2024 season. That would have been a hell of a watch. All right, so we got Browns and Steelers week 8. So I need a red Steelers. So let me grab that. And then I need a black Cleveland. That's the way it's shaping up. I'm looking at the Giants schedule. Man, their schedule looks a lot easier than everyone else's in the division, I must say. And I know we all are supposed to have like the same schedule minus like, I think it's the 3 games, the 2 games, 3. So it's 3 games different, but those 3 games make a huge difference. It's a huge difference. They get the worst team in every division that we're playing. or that we're not playing, rather. They get the worst of the AFC. What AFC division do we play this year? AFC North, right? So we all play the AFC South. And then the one extra AFC game comes from the North. And they get the Browns, right? Browns were the worst team in that division. We get Cincinnati. The Cowboys get the Ravens, and the Eagles get the Steelers, right? Like, that's a big difference getting Cleveland versus everyone else getting another team in that division. We play we don't play we play the NFC West. So the two divisions that we don't play, the NFC North and the NFC South, like, it's a big deal to have to get to play the worst team in the South, the worst team in the North. Excuse me. Although I'm thinking about it, I think the worst team in the North was the Lions, which is actually weird. So that doesn't actually work out for them if the Lions are back to being good this year, of course. We can't assume that, but one can only suspect that they're going to get back to playing good football this year. You just never know, right? You never know these things. So we'll see. All right, so Steelers in week 8 for the Browns. Let's drop that in there. Perfect. And then I need a black Cleveland. So let's go ahead and drop in this black Cleveland Browns. And that'll take care of that matchup within that division. All right. So that is week 8 for Pittsburgh. So we'll throw that one right there. Slide it down, center it, scoot it over just a tad bit. There we go. Perfect. All right. So yeah. Chanel Jones says the Netflix camera crews were mixed in with the Hard Knocks crews. And that makes a ton of sense, right? You already had camera crews in the building for Hard Knocks. So it wasn't like very intrusive. You already had camera crews already there. So it made sense that he did it this past year. It just, like I said, it just sucked because we sucked. It's going to make for depressing television for sure. Would have been a lot more entertaining had we actually been good. That's for certain. Just like the Hard Knocks would have been a lot better had we been good. All right. Let's get to, we got Jets at Bears week 4. Like I said, another home game for the Bears, but let's see, we need a red Bears. A red Chicago. So let's grab that. All right. So we got the red Chicago. And this is a week 4 game for the Jets. Week 4. All right. Put that down some. Pull it down some more. Great. All right, now we got to go get the black jet. And we got the Jets in black here. And that's a week 4 matchup for the Bears. Voila. All right. Rio just texted me and said that the Cowboys are week 2. Let me see if he's got any confirmation on that, because he could just be guessing at this point. He guessed that we were going to play the Eagles week 1, like when we were, as stuff started coming down. He guessed. He was like, I think we're gonna he said, I think we're gonna play the Eagles week 1. So I think one of our Dallas games is going to be our final prime time. We don't have Dallas on the schedule yet at all. We got both Giants games already. We got both Eagles games already, both Giants games already. We have no Cowboy games on the schedule yet. One of those 2 Cowboy games, to me, is going to be a primetime game. That will be our 4th and final primetime game. Would it be week 2? I can see it being week 2. But I don't know if that's the one that would be primetime, because, again, Dallas is already Sunday Night Football week 1. Week 3, they're over in Brazil. That's essentially another primetime game. It's a standalone game. So are you going to have the Cowboys on the first 3 weeks of the season? I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I wouldn't be shocked to see that be the case. All right. We got Jets hosting the Raiders. Jets hosting the Raiders in week 8. So let's get another Jets. You know what? While I'm here, I might as well just get this Black Raiders and put that with the Jets week 8 right there. I see I got a super chat. We're going to get to that here in a second. Let me get this one game done, and I'm gonna get to that super chat. Yes, I want to get rid of that. And I need Jets red. And then I will get to your super chat. All right. So let's drop that in here. Jets red. Jets are playing the Raiders in week 8. So Raiders 8 on the road. Perfect. All right. Let's get to this super chat. Door Gunner, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Door Gunner writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. People are saying Giants full schedule leaked. I have the Giants full schedule right here. So yes, it has leaked. If we are to believe that this is accurate, it's not the entire schedule, but it's basically all of it. So I can give it to you right now. So week 1, Dallas, Sunday Night Football. Week 2, they're at the Rams on Monday Night Football. Again, this is a leak. So is it completely accurate? Don't know, right? at Rams Monday Night Football. Week 3 versus the Titans, right? Which I think we already have that one confirmed. Let me see. Yeah, that's already been confirmed. Week 4, Arizona Cardinals at home. That's been confirmed. Week 5 at the Commanders, right? Week 6, they're home for the Saints. Week 7, they're at the Eagles. Week 8, they're at the Texans. Then they have a bye week in week number 9. Come off the bye. You have Thursday night football against the Commanders. All right. Thursday night football against the Commanders. Week 11, home for Jacksonville. Week 12, they're at the Indianapolis Colts. Week 13, San Francisco 49ers at the crib. That's been confirmed. Week 14, at the Seattle Seahawks. Week 15, home for the Browns. That's been confirmed. Week 16, Monday Night Football, Detroit Lions. And then that is where the schedule cuts off. But just going off of this schedule, you can piece together what the rest of it is. Because if you've got both Commander games in here, you've got, let's see. Dallas. So their last 2 games are going to be against Dallas and Philadelphia, right? Because there's no other Philadelphia game in here. There's no other Dallas game in here. So you just don't know which order, right? Week 17, week 18. Are the opponents going to be, right? So that's basically the Giants' entire schedule right there. So again, is that correct? I don't know. We'll see, right? This is supposed to be a leaked schedule, but I'm not putting it. That's why I haven't put it up here, because I can't confirm all of those games. I can't confirm all of those games. So only the ones that I can confirm am I putting up on the screen. But I have no reason to believe that that's not accurate. Maybe it's a game or 2 off. But again, I think somebody said Ari, and if Ari's got it, it's legit. Let me go check Ari's X real quick, because somebody said Ari had the entire Giants schedule. You know, Ari's a Giants fan, so somebody said Ari had the entire Giants schedule on his page. So let me check and see. Let me see if this coincides with what I have here. So Cowboys week 1, at Rams Monday Night Football week 2, yep. Titans week 3, yep. Cardinals week 4, yep. At Commanders week 5, yep. Saints week 6, yep. So this one had the Eagles week 7. The Texans, at the Texans is the week 7 game, not the Eagles. At Texans week 7. The bye week is not week 9, it is week 8. Come off the bye. I was wondering, because generally I've never seen the NFL have a team come off of a bye and play on a Thursday. That would have been the first time. So that didn't make any sense. So now it makes sense. They come off the bye in week 8 and they're at the Eagles in week 9. Then the Commanders on Thursday Night Football in week 10. Jaguars week 11. So this thing was pretty much accurate. It was off by a couple, weeks, couple games, right? Which is standard for something like this when an entire schedule is leaked. Jags week 11. Colts at the Colts in week 12. 49ers week 13, which is what this one had. Seahawks on the road in week 14. Browns week 15. Lions Monday Night Football at the Lions Monday Night Football week 16. at the Cowboys in week 17, and then home for the Eagles in week 18. That's the Giants' entire schedule. And that's legit because our guy, Ari, posted it on his page. So, yes, the Giants' entire schedule has, in fact, been leaked. We do have it right here in front of us. All right. So, there is that. All right. So, all right. We left off at Raiders Jets. We just got that one knocked out. We're now at Jags and Bears, week 13. Jags at Bears, week 13. Okay. So I need a black Jacksonville, a black Jags. Let's see if we can get a black Jags in here. Yes, perfecto. That is what week 13 against the Bears. So we get a black Jacksonville. See where that's at. Just a shade over. Perfect. And we need a red Chicago. A red Bears. The Bears. All right. Copy. Let's get another one of those in here. And what did I say that was? Week 13, I think I said. All right. So that'll be the Jags, week 13, right up in here. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, perfect, though. Perfect. All right. So now we got Rams and Raiders, week 7. Got another super. Door Gunner. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up for rights. Got my hotel booked for the Cincy game already. Yeah, that's going to be a dandy. A Monday nighter in week 11. Yes, sir. So that'll be the sequel to Jaden Joe, which was the first one was a thriller. See what they have for a sequel. What do they have for a encore? I don't really care as long as we win. Just win the damn game, right? Because as good as Jaden played, Joe, he blazed us in that game, bro. He blazed us. We just outlasted them offensively. Jaden had to make every single throw. Every single throw. So, yeah. Yeah, the Lions Buffalo game is absolutely in week 2. I see somebody in there. I just haven't gotten to it yet. That's all. Like, I just haven't put it in. We know that game is absolutely happening because that's the unveiling of their brand new stadium in Buffalo. That's a Thursday night game, if I'm not mistaken, week 2. So yes, that is absolutely a thing. We'll input that at some point. Raiders hosting the Rams. So I need a black, another red Vegas. And I need a black Rams, which I should have one of those readily available. All right. All right. So Red Raiders for the Rams in week 7. Rams, week 7. Wow. See what that looks like. Perfect. Look at that. Drop that one in beautifully. And then I need a Rams, black Rams. See if I can find that. Here we go. Black Rams going to the Raiders in week, what was that, 7? It's right up in here. All right, nice. All right. Did that one already. All right. So we got Falcons and Bucks. Matter of fact, for my guy J Cam, man, I'm gonna go ahead and put that one in right now. What is that? Thursday night. That's the unveiling of the new stadium. Let's go ahead and get that one knocked out real quick. All right. Let's go ahead and get that one knocked out real fast. So all right. So Buffalo week 2. And skip. Excuse me. Let's get the Detroit Lions in the mix as well. And oops. Buff. And then get the Buffalo Bills in here as the opponent for the Detroit Lions in week 2. Kickoff Thursday night football for the 2026 season. That'll be the first Thursday night game. And there we go. So we all set there. So that game is absolutely taken care of. I know that one. I just hadn't input it yet, but no time like the present, right? All right. So we stopped off at Falcons at Bucks. That's a week 8 contest. CJ the Great, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, if Cowboys week 2 does open stretch worry you? Yeah, I'm already concerned. No matter who the opponent is in week 2, it would make me feel a lot better if it's Tennessee or Arizona in week 2. But if it's Dallas, Philly, Dallas, Seattle to open, you damn right that concerns me. You could easily start the season off 0-3. And the likelihood is whomever you're playing in week 2 is going to be a road opponent. Because again, the next 3 weeks, you're technically home, although that game over in London isn't, a real home game. It counts as a home game. They're not going to give you 4 straight home games. So I'm going to assume that our first 2 games of the season are going to be on the road if we are to believe that Philadelphia is at Philadelphia week 1 is legit. And I have no reason not to be, to think that that's legit. The source that we got it from is as credible as it gets. So if Dallas week 2 is the opponent, that's a road game. Yeah, I'm concerned about the start to the season. We struggle with Philadelphia on the road. We struggle with Dallas on the road, and we haven't beaten Seattle, it feels like, since 2020. I'm assuming. I could be wrong, but I don't think we've beaten them since that 2020 season with no fans in the stands. That 17-15 game on I think it was a Monday night. That was weird with the 2-point conversion, stopped by Kendall Fuller to preserve the victory. And we saw what they did to us last year. We got to get them back anyway. That's one of those get back games. That's a revenge game on the schedule, but that's a tough start. The good thing is no matter what the start is I shouldn't say that. As long as you win one of the first 3 games, you can turn your season around because you can beat Indy in London and you can beat the Giants the week thereafter and get back over 500. Let's say you start the season off 1-2. And this is a conversation for much later, like later on tonight. But let's just say you start the season off 1-2. Let's say that it is Dallas in week 2. And you split between Philly and Dallas. You win one of those 2 games, and then you lose to, Seattle. And you're 1-2. You can go to London, beat Indy, beat the Giants the week after, and get back over 500. Like, starting off slow isn't the death sentence of the season, but nobody wants to start the season off slow. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to start the season off 0-2, and now you're having those conversations. No team, your percent chances of making the playoffs decrease to fill in the blank. Only XYZ amount of teams have made the playoffs after starting fill in the blank. Nobody wants to do that shit. I don't want to start having to do crazy ass math equations in week 2, right? In September. So we can alleviate all of this shit by just beating Philadelphia in week 1. For me, I'm not even overly concerned because if you just if you just take care of business, what are we talking about? Right? What are we talking about? And we can absolutely go into Philadelphia and beat them. We ain't never been afraid of the Eagles, and we ain't never been afraid to go in there and win. So I like the crew we're going to roll in there with this year. So, yeah. But I would be lying to you if I told you the start of the season doesn't worry me. Hell yeah, it worries me. That's a tough open. That's a tough open to the season. I would tell you right now, though, the week 8 through 11 stretch worries me more right now. It's tougher. Philadelphia on a Sunday night, the Rams the following week at home, Giants on a Thursday night, so a quick turnaround. We don't play well on Thursday night football, but hopefully that's going to change this year. And then you get a sort of a pseudo bye week, right? Because not only do you play on a Thursday, you don't play to the following Monday. So you get an additional day in addition to having those extra days off for Cincinnati at home on a Sunday night. But those are all tough games, including the Giants game. They're all tough games. So anyway, I digress. Falcons, Bucks, week 8. So I need a black Falcons. Of course, I don't have one of those handy, so I have to go get it. And then I need a red Tampa Bay, which I should have on deck. Speaking of Tampa Bay and the Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield is a part of that quarterback show. I was looking, it was funny when they announced it yesterday. What week is this? 8. I was looking and I was like, who's the one guy that doesn't belong? It's it's Jaden Daniels, it's Cam Ward, it's Baker Mayfield, and then it's Joe Flacco. Like, what are we doing? What is he doing here? That was crazy. I had to do a double take because I was like, I said, what I was saying to myself, hasn't Joe Burrow already been up here? And I'm not sure if he has. I might have been thinking about Hard Knocks when the Bengals were in season on Hard Knocks. I might have been thinking about that, but I'm like, um, I had to do a double take because I saw the jersey number. I'm like, that ain't Burrow. Joe Flacco. What? What is he doing here? That's crazy. That was crazy. But he's going to be a part of the show. So week 8, Atlanta. Week 8, Tampa Bay. All right. See where that looks. Oh, perfect. I've been dropping these joints in perfectly. All right. So we're on to the next game. I got another comment. Let's get to that real quick. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, JP. My guy, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, good to see you as always. Likewise, always great to hear from you, JP. Washington versus Philly, week 1 in Philly. Yeah, hell of a way to start the season off, right? I had my fingers crossed that it would be Arizona. They were one of the few road games that was still left at the time before we found out it was Philadelphia week 1. I think it was like Philly, Jacksonville, Arizona, and it was like one more team that hadn't been revealed yet. So I was liking my odds. It was Jacksonville. It was Arizona. I was like, okay. And I think it was like Dallas. So it was like Philly, Dallas, Arizona. And obviously Dallas isn't an option because they already have a week 1 opponent. So by process of elimination, it was like, I'm liking my odds here. And it ended up being the one team that I was like, out of those teams, again, we can beat Philadelphia week 1. So I'm not tripping about it. You just have a preference. That's all. Like I wanted a layup. This one is a 3 from like 30 feet away. You can make it. It's just a tough shot. You know, it's not an easy shot to make, but you can make it. Might be going to that one with my buddy. Are you guaranteeing victory for that one? I don't guarantee very many victories. And no, I'm not guaranteeing. I don't know what's going to happen between now and September 13th. There's so much that could take place between now and then. No, I'm not guaranteeing a victory. But I want to see what this team looks like in the summer, see what these guys look like in the preseason, make sure we get through everything healthy. That's the biggest thing. Do we add Brandon Ayuk at some point? Where is he in his process to getting back on the field? All of that good stuff. You know, do they add Stephon Diggs or some other veteran to the mix at the receiver position? Like, there's a lot of questions still left unanswered right now. But go ahead, go to the game. We need support there, JP. We need as many Commanders fans in the building as possible. So, you know, go there with your buddy, rep the squad, and bring back the dub. You know what to do. But as we get closer to that game, let me know if you're going or not so I can give you your assignment, right? Because we need it. We need it week 1 for sure. We need it right out of the gates. We got to have it. All right. Broncos, Jets, week 14. Broncos, Jets. I need a black Broncos. So here's a black Denver right here. What is that? Week 14 against the Jets. Jets, week 14. All right, scoot that over. All right. And then we need another damn red Jets. Like I said, their entire home schedule has been leaked. Not too many of their road games to this point. So we need a red Jets. I got all the home games for the Jets basically listed. I'm about to check and see how many of them this makes it. got to be at least 7. Got to be at least 7 Jet games, home games thus far. All right. So what week is this? 14. Got here we go. Let's see where we at. Perfect. All right. See how many Jets home games we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All 8 of them. That's all of their home games. They got 8 road home games, 9 road games if you're in the AFC this year. So got all of them. Colts, Jags, week 8. Colts, Jags, week 8. Let's knock that out. So I need a black Indy. See if we got one of those handy. Black Indy. Nope, I don't. Gotta go get one. All right. And then we got to get a red Jacksonville. All right. What week is this? 8? Week 8. Jacksonville. All right. Perfect. And we need a red Indy. A red Jacksonville, excuse me. Got one of those. Handy. All right. Let's see. Just a bit smidge over and up. All right, cool. On to the next one. So we got the Saints and the Giants, week 6. I got a comment here. Let's get to that. Darnell Kelly, been a member for 56 months. My guy. Celebrate. Right. We have Dallas week 18. Hopefully, road game Philly will not be good this year. They will be average. A lot of pressure will be on Hurts this year. I don't care. He can't carry no team. Lemon is sour if Hurts can't throw. We'll see. We'll see. We got one of those two teams. Yeah, I think that's accurate. If we've got the Eagles twice already and we've got the Giants twice already, we absolutely have Dallas in week 18. The question is that a home game or is it a road game? That's the question, which is why we can't put it on the grid yet. We do know we play Dallas. We do know that by process of elimination. We just don't know where their game is, you know? So that's the only thing. And like I said, I feel like one of our Dallas games is going to be prime time. That's what I feel. So we'll see. Kevin the PRF, been a member for 48 months. Celebrate, my guy. Kevin the PRF, happy 4-year anniversary, my guy. Happy anniversary! All right, Arizona at the Chargers week 1, load up Survivor, Soul Survivor. Hey, stay away from them type of games, bro. Everybody's going to pick the Chargers, and Arizona will win their only game of the season in week 1. Like, stay away from Cincinnati and stay away from the game that everybody just assumes is a lock to be a win. But the Chargers should take care of business there, right? That reminds me of Cincinnati hosting New England, what was it, 2 years ago? The year before they got Drake May. So 3 years ago now, with Jacoby Brisket in week 1 going to Cincinnati and winning, and that shit knocked me out of the survivor pool along with like 60 or 70% of the survivor pool. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. All right, so Giants hosting the Saints. So we need a black New Orleans. And we need a red Giants. So let's get that done. All right. So what week is that? 6. Giants at home against the Saints in week 6. All right. Now we need a red Giants. Should have one of those handy. All right. And that's going to go to New Orleans. Week 6, correct? Correct. Week 6. Move it up, over. See what that looks like. Yep. That looks like a winner to me. All right. Already have Rams, Commanders in week 9. Week 1, Jets at the Titans. Don't have that one. So let's input that one. Jets, Titans. Somebody's going to get a win in week 1, bro. You always love, the NFL loves to do those type of matchups. Like they did it with the, I think the Dolphins are playing the Raiders in week 1. Like somebody's going to get a win. 2 bad teams. NFL always loves to throw up some of those matchups to start off a season. Like, hey, we're going to let somebody off the schneid in week 1, man. Who trying to get it? The loser of that game could go a while without winning. That's usually how that goes. So you better get it while the getting is there to be got. Red Titans. You're going to go to the Jets, week 1. All right. Scoot you over and down. Perfect. And then we need a black, about time, a black Jets. All right. And that is going to go to Tennessee. Correct? Correct. See what year 2 of Cam Ward looked like. All right. Let's see what's next. Monday Night Football. Panthers at Bucks, week 12. Okay. Monday Night Football. Monday Night Football. So change this to Tampa Bay. All right. And that's going to go into Carolina. What is that? Week 12? Week 12 it is. All right. Okay. And then we go get us a home for the Bucks in this game. All right. And, oh, that's the wrong team. Car is what I need to rename that. All right. All right. So Carolina is the opponent. Tampa Bay Bucks. In past years, this game right here was Atlanta. Usually Atlanta's a Thursday night game, so I take that back. It's usually Atlanta on a Thursday night when Tampa Bay plays on a Thursday night. This is a Monday night game, so never mind. All right. Got that one. Let's see what's next. I see we got another comment. Chiefs, Raiders, week 4 is next up. All right. Got a comment. Let's get to the comment section. Sir Yaya, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, love the content. Been a fan for 2 years now. Question, first and foremost, really appreciate you. Glad to have you on board, and I appreciate the support. If Jalen Hurts gets picked twice in our first matchup, who do you think picks him off? I would say that Mikey would have one of them. And I would love it, the other one to be Trey Amos's first career interception. I would love that to be the case. But I would say it would be Mikey would get one, and the other would be Nick Cross. Nick Cross would be the other. But I would love it to be the two boundary corners, personally. I mean, if 2 interceptions happen, it's hard for me to believe one of them wouldn't be Mikey. It's hard for me to believe one of them wouldn't be Mikey. I could see it being Amik Robertson, too, being the other one. But Mikey is definitely one of the two. And I would say the other one would be Nick Cross. Or Amik Robertson. But I'm going to go with Nick Cross. Yeah, that's how I see it going down. All right. See. So we got Chiefs at Raiders. So I need a black Kansas City. That is what, week 4? All right, got a week 4. We're gonna take a look at the schedule, like what we have. I'm gonna take a look at it here in a second, just to kind of take a step back and analyze some of these schedules and look at some anomalies and some things, because I see a couple of anomalies that stand out to me right now that I want to discuss. And we need a Red Raiders. What's new? Another Red Raiders. All right. Let's see what we got. All right. And that's going to go here. Week 4, right? Yep, 4. All right. Perfect. So before we get to the next one, looking at this schedule, you know, I'm big on like primetime games, et cetera, et cetera. The Steelers have 3 straight primetime games or standalone games. So they play, if you look at the grid, they got Black Friday in week 12, right? Day after Thanksgiving. Then they have Sunday Night Football against the Houston Texans the following week. And then they have Jacksonville on Monday Night Football the week after that. That's 3 weeks in a row we're going to see. We don't even know who the hell their quarterback is. It's going to be Aaron Rodgers, but we don't even know who the hell their quarterback is right now. They got 3 straight prime timers. Like, that shit could be Drew Aller for 3 straight weeks. You would want to vomit at that point, right? Come on, man. What are they doing? That's nasty right there. So we had talked about this. The NFL does, in fact, have 2 Wednesday games this year. What are we doing right now? 2 Wednesday games in the NFL? Are you serious? We have a Wednesday game the day before Thanksgiving. They are debuting this. This might become a real thing moving forward. We have a day before the Thanksgiving game, Rams and Packers are playing in that game, as you can see on the grid here, day before Thanksgiving, right? Then we have the first game of the season is a Wednesday game as well between the Seahawks and the Patriots. Like, this is crazy. So yeah, when I tell you that the NFL is like expanding, we now have games on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The only day of the week that doesn't have an NFL game at some point during the season is Tuesday. What is this world coming to? Right? Unreal. Unbelievable. Let's get to the comment section. J-Dub Clatt, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy J-Dub Clatt writes, hey Lou, what's up J-Dub? Hope all is well. Likewise. He says, I want to tell you that I'm leaving for my internship on Monday, but I'm still going to be watching you and the Kings content. Also, how have you liked the schedule so far? Oh man, congrats on the internship. It is a beautiful thing to get your foot in the door. Internships, I don't know if this one is paid or not. You know, this is one of my Louie Tee life, lesson nuggets that I throw out from time to time. But whether it's paid or not, it's worth it. If this is something that you truly desire, that you want to do, whether you're getting paid or not, whether it's a lot of money or it's a little bit of money, it's worth it if it's something that you desire. Invaluable experience, and the most important part is you're getting your foot in the door. And once you get your foot in the door, you can kick that bitch open, right? You just got to wedge your foot in there to get it open, keep it open, and then once you get that experience, you kick that bitch down, right? Now I'm in here, and then you can really wreck shop, right? So congratulations to you on that. So far with the schedule, to be honest with you, I'm kind of mixed. Like, I don't hate it. But I need to see it in its totality to really have an opinion. But, the start doesn't really like concern me, especially if week 2 is Arizona or Tennessee. Like, the start doesn't overly concern me, but it is tough. If that week 2 opponent is Dallas, it's tough, right? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If that week 2 opponent is Jacksonville, it's tough. That's tough. Again, all winnable games. There isn't a single opponent on our schedule that you look at and say, man, there were years where we would call those kamikaze missions. I remember one year we had Buffalo on the schedule on the road. I think it was 2021, where we had to go to Buffalo. That's a kamikaze mission, bro. There's no way we're coming out of there alive, right? There was a game, I want to say it was 20. Last year, there wasn't any games that we didn't think we couldn't win, but Monday night at Kansas City felt tough. I remember us saying that the Bengals game on a Monday night in 2024, Jaden's rookie season, that was a kamikaze mission. Now, we actually went in there and won, which that's why it was so shocking, because it felt like a kamikaze mission. There isn't any of those on the schedule this year. We can beat every single team that we are slated to play. That includes the Super Bowl defending champions, the Rams, and any other team that you may think is tough. We can beat all of them. There isn't a single team, right? There isn't a dominant team in the NFL right now. The Chiefs were the last of the Mohicans, and they're not dominant anymore. So everyone is mortal, and everyone can be beaten. And that's one of the things I love about our schedule, is that we can win every single game on our schedule. We're not going to, obviously, but we can. So I'm liking the schedule right now. I got no issues with it, but I want to see the whole entire schedule. Once I see it in its entirety, then I'll really be able to formulate an opinion on, what it is I think and feel about the schedule overall. J-Dub clap. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, also, I'm hoping to go to your live event when I get back from my internship, but much love to you and the Kangs. We would love to see you in the building, bro. Would love to meet you in person, congratulate you in person. And if that does come to fruition, I'm going to ask you about the internship, bro. And hopefully you tell me, hey, it was beautiful. It went great, man. I got so much experience and I got a job based off of my internship. That's what I'm hoping you tell me. He says, also, I want to make a statement against the Eagles in week 1 to let them know we here. I'm with it. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Like Giants fans been talking shit. You really want to announce that you here? Beat the Cowboys in week 1. Do something that you haven't been able to do since Eli Manning was the quarterback of the Giants, and that's beat the Cowboys in one of these Sunday Night Football week 1 matchups. Same thing for us. You want to tell the Eagles, hey, this ain't your division no more, man. You had it for 2 years. 2 years too long, if you ask me. But you had it for 2 years. Now it's time to give it up. Snuff them out. Go in their building and snuff them out. Week 1. That's how you put teams on notice. Dallas almost did it last year. Dallas should have done it last year if CeeDee Lamb could catch. They should have went into Philadelphia and left with a dub last year. We're going to do what Dallas couldn't do a season ago. All right. Big shout out to my guy, J-Dub Clap. So we got to pay some bills. So we're going to get a word from our sponsor, come back on the other side, and get right back to the business of the schedule. Big shout out to Prize Picks. America's #1 sports picks app is available for you to be able to enhance your sports watching experience. Play various different sports, whether it's the NBA playoffs right now, where you can choose different stats to put together lineups more or less on player statistics to create your lineup. You've got the MLB season in full swing. You've got the NHL playoffs. You name it, you can put together lineups on Prize Picks right now. Link is in the description of this video. If you're already not on Prize Picks, use the promo code HMA. That's HMA to give you an opportunity as a first-time user to play $5 and get $50 instantly in lineup bonuses. That's right. Play $5 and get $50 instantly in lineup bonuses. You use the promo code HMA. Available in states like California, Florida, and Texas. Prize Picks. It's the #1 sports pick app in America for a reason. All right. Shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring this stream. I told you somebody was going to screw me last night, right? Donovan Mitchell, I put him for 22.5 points, I think. He scored 21. And he needed overtime to get there, right? I think he had like 15 points at the end of regulation. He was awful last night. Tobias Harris had scored 20 points in 8 of his last 9 games, 8 straight before the last game. I figured coming back home would be great for him. He struggled mightily last night. It was a really good game, but I wasn't able to profit from it. So we go back to the drawing board on Friday, right? We go back to the drawing board on Friday. There's always somebody, man. They take turns making sure that your boy doesn't eat the way that he's supposed to, right? It's all good, though, man. It's all good. J-Dub Clap, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy J-Dub writes, I also realized that we are 1-1 against the Eagles in week 1. Lost to them back in 2019 when Case Keenum was our starter. And Terry had that was Terry's first game of his NFL career, 2019. Had the touchdown early, should have had another one to start the second half. Case Keenum overthrew him by 5 yards. He was probably that same 5 yards behind the defense. Should have been Terry, we always talk about Terry never having an 150-yard game. He could have had that right out of the gates in his very first game of his NFL career if Case Keenum wasn't ass. Then won in 2020 with 7 sacks and 2 interceptions. That was the Carson Wentz game. We spotted them 17. We were down 17-0. And then we scored 20? I think we scored 28 unanswered points. I think we ended up coming back and winning that game 28-17 or 31. I think it might have been 31-17, something like that. But spotted them 17. And then came roaring back, like you said. I think the number was 8 sacks. I don't think it was 7. I think it was 8 sacks that day. Had a couple of picks. Fabian Moreau and I think it was Fab and I want to say it was Jimmy Moreland, I think, were the 2 picks. I could be wrong about the Jimmy Moreland one. I know Fab definitely had one of the picks. I think Jimmy Moreland had the other one, though. And yeah, we came back and won that game. Sacked Wentz a bunch of times. Good times. Good times. Good times. Would love to recreate that. Only difference is that game was at home in front of no one. That was the COVID year. The 2019 loss was in Philadelphia. So we got to go to Philadelphia and win. So I'm looking forward to the challenge, though. Hopefully they can take care of business. All right. We need that's week 3. Week 3 for the Patriots and Jags are at home. All right. Scoot that over some more. All right. And come down a little bit. Oh, come on. Do that. Let's see. Come down some. There we go. Now we need a red Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's see if we can find one. Or do we got to go get one? Let's go. Got one here handy. You understand me? We got one here handy. Let's see. Jacksonville and New England. Patriots. Week 3. Perfecto. All right, got that. So I don't know if y'all, we going off cuff here. Have y'all seen? So Drake's Iceman finally gets released tomorrow. Have y'all heard some of the leaked tracks? Like 1 a.m. in Albany, like 9 a.m. or 9 p.m. in New Orleans or whatever. Have you heard any of those? I hope that the 1 a.m. in Albany, while it was a dope track, I hope it's not a sign of things. I'm thinking in my mind, he leaked that intentionally because it's a diss track, basically, and it's not going to be a single. And he wants it out there. He wants people to know he's still pissed. Like, get over it, bro. You lost. Like, stop being in your feelings. He hurt, bro. This man out here dissing Braun and all kind. Like, bro, I think it's so corny. I think this shit is so weak when you diss a non-rapper. I think that shit is weak. You know what I mean? Like, because it feels like you dissing somebody that can't defend themselves. Like, Braun ain't jumping on a track and clapping back at you, right? Like, that's whack. That shit is weak to me. But that man hurting, bro. Like Rio, me and Rio was talking. Rio's like, yo, that man lost sleep over this shit. You can tell. Like, I hope the whole album ain't like that. That's basically my message. Is like, please don't. have the album be full of subs every song. Like, make your little bops. You can have a couple of these little songs here where you get at them, cool. Like, make your little bops, and let's have a great summer, man. Let's not do this. I'm aware that he has Braun tatted on his body. Nobody told your dumb ass to do that shit, though. I don't feel bad about that. I don't care that he's got Braun. Nobody told you to tat another man's, name, jersey, none of that shit on your body, bro. Nobody told you to do that. You a dumbass for doing that. Braun, he loves good music, bro. Braun ain't loyal to you. He's loyal to good music. He loves listening to music too much to say, I can't rock with this shit because I rock with you. And he should have known that. Braun likes to have a good time. It's not out here worried about, man, I can't be out here. I can't get out here and be repping this shit because Drake, that's my boy. He ain't on some KD shit. Right? Nah, bro. This not like us shit. This shit slap. And this shit it's out here in the streets. So I'm out here with this shit. You know what I'm saying? So he got to get over it. He got to get over it. So hopefully the whole album isn't him just dissing dudes that have gotten under his skin, right? That he's pissed at. Get over it, bro. Get over it. You lost. Dudes lose rap battles all the time. Bounce back, man. I will say the track was fire, though. Now, that you can't dispute. He was spitting. But I'm just like, really? What are we doing here, man? The whole end of that song was all about Kendrick. He called him Muggsy Bogues and all kinds of shit, right? Aubrey. Oh, Aubrey. Get out of your feelings, Aubrey. Make good music, bro. Anyway, I digress. Did we finish this one before I got sidetracked? Week 3, New England, Jacksonville, and I need New England. Yep, bam. All right, we finished that one. On to the next, on to the next one. All right, got that Monday night game. December 13th, week 14, Chiefs, Bengals. That should be fun. Chiefs, Bengals. So I need a red Cincinnati. All right. And that will go Kansas City. What week is that? 14. We down here. All right. And perfect. And we need a black Kansas City Chiefs. Need a black Kansas City. So let's go get that. All right, black KC. That's going to be week 14. Cincinnati. You're the home team. Voila. All right. That one's done. On to the next one. Thursday night football, week 17. Bengals hosting the Ravens. Okay. So we got us a Thursday night tilt between those two. We always get those boys on like a Thursday or a Sunday night. And the game is always epic. Always epic. So I'm looking forward to it. They were saying they were saying that they were supposed to be leaking his whole entire album last night, which I'm not a fan of. I didn't think that the whole album was going to get leaked. But I think he strategically leaked certain tracks that were dissing people so that those could get out there early, kind of build a little bit of the momentum. But I think you're going to have to wait for the entire album tonight. or tomorrow, midnight. All right, so Cincinnati. And yeah, I'm cooking up some music head stuff. Yeah, I told you, Mike inspired me. Mike inspired me. I'm cooking up some crack on music head. I got some really interesting conversations for y'all when we get music head on and popping again. I'm talking about some really thought-provoking shit. So should be fun. Should be a lot of fun. Week 17. We way down here. Baltimore is the road team in this matchup. And then go get this home. This home joint popping. All right, and then home. All right. Rename. And that's going to be Baltimore. All right. And let's move this down here. And they are the home team. Oh, so Joe got his wish. Remember, Joe Burrow was bitching last year about how every time they play Baltimore in these primetime matchups, they're always on the road. Which he was not wrong. I think they've played like 5 or 6 times with Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson as the quarterbacks, or, you know, some combination of those two teams playing, you know, with whoever the quarterback is, because, you know, Lamar could be hurt, Joe could be hurt. But every time, every time the Ravens were always at home, and Joe Burrow was sick of that shit, and he bitched about it last year. And, you know, closed mouths don't get fed. Closed mouths do not get fed. He got his wish, and he got his wish, and now they are playing at home. All right, got the Eagles, Commanders week 1. Eagles and Texans, Christmas Eve, Thursday night football. Christmas Eve, Thursday night football. All right, so we back to Thursday night again. Was that Thursday night? Yeah, that was Thursday night. Okay. So that one's Thursday night as well. So Hugh. All right. That's for Philadelphia. They're the home team in this game. What was it, week 16? Philadelphia 16. Let's see what that looks like. A little bit more over. Ah, nice. And then we get the Eagles side of things here. All right. All right. And let's get this over to Houston. So what is this, week 16, right? Correct. All right. Perfect. All right. So that's an interesting one late in the season. Thursday night football. Philly and Houston. Okay. Christmas Day. We got Bears and Packers. Boy, you know, I'm gonna be honest. The Bears are literally us. It's crazy. We just swap spots. the Bears are on primetime like 50 times this year. It's what they did for us after Jaden's, ridiculous rookie campaign. The hype surrounding us was through the roof. We didn't live up to I'm telling you, I feel like the Bears are due for a massive letdown this year. I could be wrong, and they could follow up last year's exceptional season with an even better season this year. I feel like they're us, and they're due for this massive letdown. Hopefully, they don't have the injuries that we had, and if they just don't perform well, they just don't. I can live with just not being a good team. Like you have all your stuff and you're just not good. I can live with that. Like we were so banged up. I hope that doesn't happen to them. But man, they're playing on Thanksgiving. They're playing on Christmas. Does this sound familiar to you? Right? Like they got all these primetime games. Like after I input this, we're gonna look at the Bears schedule after I input this game because they got a Christmas tilt here in week, what is that, 16 with the Chicago Bears. So we're going to put that one in here in a second. And after I'm done putting that in, so let's just do this real quick. Put this, and then we're going to talk about the Bears schedule. I swear they're us. I swear they're us. So rename that. And where you at? There you go. All right, so this goes to Green Bay. Week 16, right? Christmas Eve is 16, yeah. Or Christmas Day, rather, week 16. So we go up here to this line, down. All right, let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that's good. Right there. All right, where are these Christmas joints at? Oh, there you go. I'm about to say, I don't even see them. All right. Oh, I didn't even have to do all of that. I didn't even have to do all of that. It was right there the whole time. All right. And we're going to rename that one GB. And change that to GB. And then I'm going to grab that and put it on Chicago. All right. Now let's look at Chicago. I mean, this schedule is so reminiscent of the Washington Commanders schedule from last year. It's just crazy, bro. I swear we switch spots. It's almost like we swap bodies. And if that is true, I feel for them this year. I do. But I always tell people to don't be like me, be better than me, right? So they got a week 3 Monday night game with Philadelphia at home. They got a week, what is it, 7 Thursday night game against the Patriots at home. They have a Sunday night football game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in week 9. That is at home. They have what's this? Thursday. That's a Thanksgiving game against the Detroit Lions. Obviously, that's on the road. And they have Christmas at home against Green Bay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 primetime games. 4 of them are at home. And these are major primetime games. Christmas Day, Thanksgiving Day, Sunday night football, Thursday night football, Monday night football. They've got every flavor of the NFL schedule, just like us last year. Good luck to them. Good luck to them. They're going to need it. Good luck to them. They're going to need it. Leno Ryan Benvenite, my guy, been a member for 47 months. Getting real close to that 4-year Annie, my guy. Salute to you, writes, not scared. Go into Philly and make a statement. That's what it's all about week 1. So let today be the last day that we use this week 1 matchup with Philly and scared in the same sentence. It's okay for our initial reaction to be like, damn, it's Philly. After today, I don't want to hear nobody saying I'm not scared, because it sounds like you trying to convince yourself you're not scared. I want to hear, hey, let's go beat these bums, man. You don't even got to throw the word scared in there. Hey, let's go beat these chumps. Let's go smoke some bird in week 1, right? Let today be the last day we use scared and Philly and week 1 all in the same sentence. That's the initial reaction. I'm cool with that today, right? Because you're like, shit, I wanted Arizona, right? After today, let's just go in there with the expectation that we're going to win the game. I want us to talk like we supposed to beat them. Not like, man, I hope we go in there, or, man, we ain't scared. Nah, F all of that. We ain't got to say we're not scared. Let's go into Philadelphia and do what we're supposed to do. That's the type of time we need to be on. We got to get our swag back. We got to get our swag back. Let's go in there and make a statement. I'm going to take out the first part of this. And from now on, that's how I need to be. Take the first 2 words out of this from Leno Ryan Benvenite, and just the rest of that sentence is perfect. Let's go into Philly and make a statement. That's it right there. That's the message right there. All right. Colin Talk Sports. Been a member for 19 months. Who writes, Commanders at 49ers, week 6, Monday Night Football from Ozzy. All right, let me check. Let me double check it. Let me double check it. There it is, week 6. I said we have 4 prime timers. I said we have 4 prime timers. Let's put it in. Let's input it. Let's input it. Big shout out to Colin Talk Sports for the oop. So week 6 is not the bye week. It is the San Francisco 49ers on the road. Hey, that's the Brandon Ayuk revenge game. That's the Brandon Ayuk revenge game. That is what that is. Boy, we owe them too. They drug this whole process out, made this shit real nasty, like, for no reason. All right, Monday Night Football. Let's lock it in. All right. SF. So that goes to Washington, week 6, right here, Monday night. And let's go get the other half of this. That's a big one. That's a big one. On the road, Monday night, San Francisco. That's a big one. I want that one bad, too. I want that one bad. Because I still think San Francisco is one of the best teams in the conference. So that feels like one of those statement type games, if we being honest with one another. All right, so there it is. Week 6 is locked in. We got the San Francisco 49ers. So now I think it's time for us to take another step back and look at this schedule now that we added this. This is a big piece of the schedule here that we just added in here. I think it's time to take a quick step back. And assess. All right, so now just looking at it, week 2 still available, and it's probably going to be a road game, just like week 6 is a road game. Week 2 is probably going to be a road game because you have 3 straight home games sandwiched in between. I'm going to go out on a limb right now and say that the bye week is week 7. After this San Francisco 49ers Monday night game, you're going to have your bye. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'm going with week 7 as the bye week. I'm trying to make it make sense. Both of the, like, if it's week 7, it's after a Monday night game. If it's week 12, it's after a Monday night game. So, like, the only thing I could think of is one is at home, the other isn't. You're traveling all the way out to the West Coast. I think they're going to cut us a break and let us have the bye week after that trip out to Santa Clara. So your bye week is either week 7, 12, or 13. We're down to 3 weeks now. Can't be week 2. It can't be week 16, and it can't be week 17. So you're down to 3 weeks where the bye week could exist. I'm going with week 7. I think we're due for a single-digit bye week. We haven't had one of those, it feels like, in like 6 or 7 years. It would be so us to have the week 12 or 13 bye, though, because that's where we live bye week. And I honestly, if I'm being honest, I prefer the later bye, especially if you're a good football team. That gives you that last opportunity to take a breath, recalibrate, and then hit that stretch run. That's what we did in 2024. I would prefer it there, but I'll take week 7. I'll take week 7. That's close to the middle of the season. But you got your 4 primetime games, which is what I expected us to have. We might not be done. I still think we're playing Dallas on primetime at some point this season. So I could see us having 5. I could see us having a 5th primetime game. I still believe the league believes in Jaden Daniels, thinks he's one of the stars of the young stars of the league, and they're going to continue to promote him as such. And if that is in fact the case, then I think we got one more against Dallas. The one I didn't need was the Giants game. That was the surprise. I said 4, and I didn't see the Giants being one of the 4. Didn't think that was a juicy enough matchup for that. But it's an NFC East opponent. They threw it on a Thursday. Okay, cool. San Francisco on Monday night. Pretty dope. Pretty dope. Pretty dope. All right. J-Dub Clap. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. J-Dub writes, I actually think it's going to be a good game against the Eagles, and I really think our defense about to eat Hurts alive. And Lemon, Wicks, Moore, Smith, and Hollywood don't make me feel nervous. I've already said I still got mad respect for Devontae Smith because he's had some games against us too. But the guy that was the real problem for us was A.J. Brown. He was the real issue. And him not being there anymore makes me feel even more confident that we can have our way with the Philadelphia Eagles, assuming that we can stop the run and Saquon Barkley. Because I've always felt like when we struggle with Philadelphia, it's usually because we can't stop the run. It's rarely because Jalen Hurts blessed us. He's had games against us now. Don't get it twisted. He's played really well against us and had really good days against us. but it's usually been aided by a, significant run game, success on the ground that set up the ability to throw the football vertically. If we can neutralize Saquon Barkley, we'll have as good a shot as any to go in there and take care of business. That's always the key, though. I've always said that when you play the Eagles, your first priority isn't stopping Jalen Hurts, it's stopping Saquon Barkley or whoever the running back is, because this goes back to when it was Miles Sanders. Stop the run game, right? DeAndre Swift. It doesn't matter who it is. Make Hurts beat you. And if he does, you tip your cap. J-Dub Clatt, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. J-Dub Clatt writes, you said it, Lou. The NFL loves them some JD5 on primetime. Hopefully he and the team can deliver and Ayuk eats them alive. That's the Ayuk revenge game. That is the Ayuk revenge game. That is the Ayuk revenge game. And yes, I think I've said this already. I'm not backing down off of this. Standing 10 toes down in this statement that I made last year. The NFL wants Jaden Daniels to be the NFC version of Patrick Mahomes. You got to win in order to do that, though. Got to win and you got to be healthy. Before last year, Mahomes didn't miss games. He didn't miss games. So you got to win and you got to be healthy. But they want to market Jaden to be the NFC version because they don't have a guy on the NFC side of the bracket that has star power like Jaden does. They don't have a guy. So they want to push him to be that guy. Got to win. That's the only way that's going to happen. I don't care how likable of a personality you have. I don't care how many, different engagements you have, flag football, this, fanatics, that. None of that shit matters if you ain't winning. You got to win. All of that other shit will take care of itself if you're taking care of it on the field. The off the field stuff will come. So, somebody asked in the comment section, why is the Giants game orange? So the grid, I tried to match up the colors with the grid. I already had at that time in my mind, and I messed it up, but I already had red for the away games. I didn't want the red to clash for the Thursday night game with the red that I already had all over the grid. So I changed that to orange. But there is a Munich game in Germany that's there. I just made that slightly darker, like a darker hue, so it wouldn't be the same. But Thursday night games are orange. That's why it's orange. It's a Thursday night game. But next year, I think I'll just make it red like it's supposed to be because I want to match the colors up to sync up with the grid colors. So, when you could just look at the top, see that that's what that color signifies, and voila, right? Anyway, I digress. All right, so newest game added to the mix, 49ers home for the Commanders. 49ers hosting the Commanders week 6 on Monday Night Football. That should be fun. So that's going to be technically our first primetime game of the season. It'll be our second standalone game, obviously week 4. I still think there's a Dallas game looming, folks. I still think there's a Dallas game looming. And I'm going to go out on a limb. So here are my 2 predictions right now. Week 7 is the bye, and both of your Dallas games come after week 12. So obviously you can't play Dallas in week 12, right? So we're not playing Dallas in week 12. Like, again, process of elimination. We know we're playing Dallas in week 18, okay? I think your 2 Dallas games come week 13 and week 18, right? Or it's just like the Eagles last year, 16 and 18. 2 games against Dallas in the final 3 weeks of the season. I don't think Dallas is week 2, and I don't think they're week 7. If the bye isn't week 7, Dallas is week 7. If the bye isn't week 7, Dallas is week 7 and week 18. If the bye is week 7, Dallas is week 13 and week 18. It's hard for me to envision that we're only going to have one NFC East game in our final, like if Dallas is week 7 and the bye week is week 12, then you don't play an NFC East opponent for like a month and a half, 2 months. Because if Dallas is week 7, your last NFC East game is week 10 until you get to Dallas in week 18. That's hard for me to envision, which is why I think we're going to play Dallas twice, weeks 13 and 18. Because you're done with the Eagles after week 8. You're done with the Giants after week 10. So I think the two Cowboys games are going to be backloaded down the end of the schedule. So I think it's going to be week 13 and week 18. And the bye week's week 7. If the bye week isn't week 7, I think Dallas is week 7. So we'll see what happens. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Metaphor writes, nah, I think we got an AFC South team week 7. Well, we only have one left. We already know Houston. We already know, well, we don't have Jacksonville. So we have Jacksonville and Tennessee. So it would be one of those two. We already have Indianapolis and we already have Houston. We don't know when the Tennessee game is. We don't know when the Jacksonville game is. So those are the two teams that could be week 7. I wouldn't mind squeezing in a Tennessee, right there in between all of that. I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind a Jacksonville, honestly. And remember, so like just looking at our schedule, we can deduce what teams are left, right? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 slots left on our schedule. 6 of them are going to require opponents. 1 will be a bye week, right? So with that said, you got 2 Dallas games, Tennessee, Jacksonville, Arizona, and who we missing? Who we missing? I'm about to pull up my let me pull up my the Commanders' schedule. So or did I might have overcounted because I feel like I got all of them, right? Let's see. Let me look again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I said it right. 7 slots left. And 6 of them. We got 6 opponents. Dallas twice. Arizona, Jacksonville, Tennessee. Who am I missing? Vikings. Okay, Vikings. Thank you. That's the last team. Minnesota. I don't know why I felt like we already had a Minnesota game, but we don't. So Minnesota could be week 2. Arizona could be week 2. It's going to be a road game. It's going to be a road game. Week 2 is either Arizona, Minnesota, or Dallas. Okay. They're not giving us 3 straight or 4 straight road home games. So expect a road opponent. We're going to be on the road. I can't remember the last time we started our season off with 2 straight road games. We've been on the road, but it's usually not 2 straight road games to start the season off. When's the last time we had a road game to start the season off? Tampa Bay in 2024. And then we immediately came back home the next week against the Giants. 2023, we started at home against Arizona. 2022 was Jacksonville. That was the Carson Wentz season. 2021 was the Ryan Fitzpatrick season. That was home for Tennessee, or the Chargers, excuse me, because he got hurt in that game. Home for the Chargers. 2020 was, we just talked about that game, home for the Eagles. 19 was on the road against the Eagles. 18, now you're stretching me a bit. 18 was the Alex Smith season on the road for Arizona. Came home the next week against Indy, right? So I can't tell you the last time we had 2 straight road games to start a season. I'm going to keep trying to go and see how far back I can go. So that 2017 was Kirk's final year here. I know week 2 of that season, we went to LA. Was that, or was that 2016? I think that was 2017. We went to LA in week 2 of that season. I know we had a big week 3 matchup on Sunday Night Football against the Raiders, and we won that game, and Chris Thompson went off. And we started the season off 2-1, going into that big Monday night game against the Chiefs and Alex Smith. They were undefeated at the time. So who did we play in week 1? Because we lost that game. Now that I can't remember. I don't remember who our week 1 opponent was in 2017. We all remember the opponent in week 2016, week 1, the Steelers. That was the Antonio Brown twerk game, right? We all remember that game in week 1 in 2016. I don't recall 2017's first opponent. I can think, it's crazy because I can think of the week 2 game, week 3, week 4. I can't think of week, but let me just process of elimination. If we were on the road in week 2, we were home for week 3, we were on the road. So that doesn't help me. It doesn't help me. My guess would be that we were home in week 1, though. I don't think we were on the road 2 weeks in a row to start that season off. Damn, that's a great question. Now I wonder, when's the last time we started off a season with 2 straight road games? We don't do that very often. Clearly, I just went through from, all the way back to 2016, right? 17 is the only season that might have happened. I don't think it did. I think we started that season. I think that's the Dolphins year. We played the Dolphins in 2017 and we lost that game. Then we went on the road and beat the Rams, and then we beat the Raiders, and then we lost to the Chiefs. I know we didn't play 2 straight road games to start 2016. 2015 is the You Like That season with Kirk. Trying to think who was the first game of that season. Now you're talking about a decade ago. That's way, 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 way back into time. So I can't tell you the last time we had 2 straight road games to start the season off. I can't tell you. J-Dub Clatt, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. J-Dub Clatt writes, where do you think they stick the Minnesota game? I could see them doing that week 2. What's your thoughts, Lou? Yeah, I've always said Minnesota always feels like, I feel like they already gave us the Minnesota game, though. I might be tripping. Hold on. Let me look and make sure that I didn't overlook that. I feel like they already gave us the Minnesota game. Maybe they didn't. No, they didn't give it to us already. And you guys would have told me if they did anyway. I've always felt like Minnesota was always a late season game, but I said the same thing about San Francisco, right? That game's always been in December, and now it's in October this year. So, if my gut tells me Minnesota is later in the season, because we always play Minnesota later in the season. But I said the same thing about San Francisco. Maybe they switched it up on us this year, and both Minnesota and San Francisco are early in the season. That would be crazy if they gave us the 2 games where we got our asses whooped last year, back to back early in the season. Go get you some. You say you want revenge? Go get it. Week 2, week 3, right? Week 2, week 3. All right. Week 2, week 3. Go get it. But I think Minnesota, if I had to guess, I would say Minnesota would be like one of those week 16, week 17 games. That's what it feels like. Just like last year. I think Minnesota was like week 16 last year. Week 15, week 16 last year, something like that. How many games did we play without Jaden at the end of the season? Mariota came back, Mariota won the Giants game, had the Broncos game off the bye, and then Jaden came back after that. He got hurt in that game. Mariota then started the Eagles game, got hurt. Josh Johnson had to come in. Josh Johnson then started the Cowboys game after that, and then the season finale against the Eagles. So 18, 17, 16, 15. That was what, week 14 last year, the Vikings game was. Week 14. Nope. Week 15. That was week 15 because it was Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles, going in reverse. Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles, Vikings. So he missed the final 3. So it would have been week 15 last year. So I could see it being right in that range again. Week 16, week 17. We play the Vikings. That's my guess. Oh, wait. Somebody did say Jacksonville was week 17. Somebody said that your boy at the radio station said that was week 17. Somebody said that. Now, again, we can't confirm that one, but I mean, if he's putting that out on the radio station, then I would believe that Jacksonville would be week 17. So that would put Minnesota in that week 16 range then. Week 16. I still believe Arizona is week 2. I still believe Arizona is week 2. I thought Arizona would be week 1. All right, I missed it by a week. Like that's where I'm at with that. So we'll see. Did anybody find out the last time we played 2 straight road games to start a season? Did anybody figure that out? Like I said, we don't do that very often. Did anybody figure that out? Swaggy P says 1982. Is that true? Is that true? 1982? That can't be. It can't be that long since we've had 2 straight road games to start the season off. There's no way. It's got to be. There's no way. I see some 2012s in the comment section. So let's go through the 2012 season. 2012 obviously was the Saints week 1. That was the shock and awe game. What was the second game of that season? Feels like we came home after that. What was the second game of that season? Feel like we came home. I'm curious now. I'm curious. There's no way. I don't think 2012 was it either. I'm gonna look it up though now. I'm super curious now. Curious. 2012 Commanders season or Redskin. It would be Redskins. So no, 2012. Oh, that was the Josh Morgan game in 2012. That's right, because my barber got married. On that game. That's how I should have remembered. No. He got married on the Saints game. That was a different year. That was the Josh Morgan game where he threw the football at Cortland Finnegan, pushed us back 15 yards. Okay. All right. So yeah, 2012 is the last time. That sounds more like it. 1982 would have been ridiculous. There's no way we would have gone that long without playing 2 road games to start the season off. 2012. Okay, you guys nailed it. You guys nailed it. 2012 is the last time we played 2 straight road games to start a season off. Rams on the road lost 31-28. Josh Morgan cost us that game. We did some bullshit in that game anyway, but still had a chance to win, and we didn't. Okay, there it is. Good job, detectives. You guys put you on the case, and you guys solved the case. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOB. Be my guy, Metaphor. Double up. Who writes? We only have Dallas left for home games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. Dallas week 18 will be. Well, I shouldn't say that. I should say week 18 because we don't know when we'll play Dallas at home. Could be the first game, could be the final game. So just looking at the schedule and the way that it's playing itself out, my guess is that Dallas game in week 18 will be a home game. My guess, if you're looking at the schedule, because it's hard for me to believe that we're going to finish the season up with 3 straight road games, right? You see what I'm saying? So I think week 18 against Dallas is going to be home. You're going to have 2 straight road games there, week 16 and 17. Jacksonville is reportedly the week 17 matchup. I think Minnesota is going to be the week 16 game. Then I think Dallas on the road, week 13. I already told you that I think that's going to be, and I think our bye is going to be week 7. And I think you're going to get Tennessee in week 12. And then you're going to get Arizona in week 2. That's what I think the rest of the schedule is going to be. That's what I think the rest of the schedule is going to be. Could be Tennessee in week 2 and then Arizona in week 12. But I'm sticking to Dallas as week 13 and week 18. J-Dub Clatt, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. J-Dub Clatt writes, Eagles at home. Terrell Pryor was on the team. We lost. Terrell Pryor was on the team in 2017 because that was the game. I remember him getting hurt because everybody got hurt that night. In week 4 on the Monday night game against the Chiefs. Terrell Pryor, he even said that Chiefs fans called him racial slurs and all of that shit. If you remember after that game, that was a story. He got hurt in that game. Jonathan Allen got hurt in that game. A bunch of guys got hurt in that game, man. I think Brandon Sheriff got hurt in that game. You name it, that game, everybody got hurt. That was the beginning of the end of our season that night. So 2017 was the season Terrell Pryor was here in Washington. J-Dub Clatt, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. J-Dub Clatt writes, I think it was RG3's rookie year we played the Saints and the Rams on the road back in 2012. Yep, you nailed it. You nailed it, J-Dub. That's the last time we played back-to-back games to start the season off. That's over a decade, y'all. That's 13 years ago, right? Wait, 14 years ago now. 14 years ago. So we haven't done that. We were due for back-to-back road games to start the season off. Yikes! The NFL has been good to us in that regard. Well, that shit is over with because we getting back-to-back road games to start the season off this year. So we were due. We were due. We were due. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, video channel writes, Lou, Video channel. What up? Season starting off with the 6th straight regular season game in the Dan Quinn NFC East Invitational. I heard your jokes. Dan Quinn hears your jokes. Okay. So we gonna keep the NFC East Invitational going. Um Hey, and if Dallas was week 2, it would have extended into a 7th week. But no, I don't think Dallas is week 2. I think Dallas is either week 7 or week 13. I'm going with week 13. I think our bye week is week 7. So, oh man. Well, we better start off the Dan Quinn Invitational the right way, right? The right way. We need to start that off the right way. Somebody says the Titans are playing the Jags in week 12. If that is in fact the case, I mean, I'm staring right at it right now, and it's on the list, right? So we can start playing let's see. What about Arizona? Let's see. No, Arizona doesn't have anything that's listed here. So we know they're not week 12. Tennessee is not week 12. Because they play Jacksonville in week 12. So that means it could be it's more likely than not Arizona is your week 12 opponent. That means Tennessee is your week 2 opponent. Again, this Minnesota could be the week 2 opponent. Minnesota could be the week 12 opponent. Let's look at Minnesota's schedule. We don't have anything listed here that would stop Minnesota from being your week 2 or week 12 opponent. So, like, don't count Minnesota out of this equation. A lot of options still exist. But to Captain Calderon's point, we can't play Tennessee in week 12. Can't play the Titans in week 12. All right. Let's take an opportunity right now to get a word from our sponsor. Come back on the other side and get right back to the schedule. America's #1 sports picks app is available for you to be able to enhance your sports watching experience. Play various different sports, whether it's the NBA playoffs right now, where you can choose different stats to put together lineups more or less on player statistics to create your lineup. You've got the MLB season in full swing. You've got the NHL playoffs. You name it, you can put together lineups on Prize Picks right now. Link is in the description of this video. If you're already not on Prize Picks, use the promo code HMA. That's HMA to give you an opportunity as a first-time user to play $5 and get $50 instantly in lineup bonuses. That's right. Play $5 and get $50 instantly in lineup bonuses. You use the promo code HMA. Available in states like California, Florida, and Texas. Prize Picks. It's the #1 sports pick app in America for a reason. All right. Back like cook crack. Big shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring this stream. Let's get back to filling out this grid. We left off on Christmas Day, Bears and Packers. Let's see if we got that one. Week 16. Yes, we do. So we will move right on along to week 4 Lions and Panthers Sunday night football. Look at Carolina securing a Sunday night game, probably for the first time since Cam Newton was their quarterback. So let's input that. We need a black Detroit. And that'll be week what? 4? Carolina. You know what? I'm tripping. This is a prime timer. So you can't just use that regular black. You just got to go get a prime timer. It's a Sunday nighter. So we got to go get Sunday night colors. All right. So car and car. All right. We take that Carolina and we put that with Detroit. Week 4. All right. I see I got a comment. We about to get to that comment here in a second. And let me just finish knocking out this particular game. All right. And now let's get this home one knocked out. That is going to be Detroit. And that is going to go to Carolina. All right, perfect. Scoot it over a little bit. Perfecto. And bring it down to where it belongs. All right, now we're done with that. So we're going to stop at this next game. Eagles, Cowboys, week 7. So we're definitely not playing the Cowboys week 7. Eagles and Cowboys are week 7. I think y'all had said that in the comment section too. So I was saying if the bye week, I still think the bye week's week 7. I'm adamant about that. I could be wrong about it, but I'm adamant that the bye week's week 7. If it wasn't week 7, it would be Dallas, and that's not possible because they play the Eagles on Monday Night Football in week 7. Let's get to your comments, though. Got a couple comments here. Ricky D. Hustle. Thank you for being a member for 4 months. Really, truly appreciate you. Writes, no bye in week 12 because it's turkey week, right? So they used to not have any bye weeks on the week of Thanksgiving. Every team used to play in the league. I think now with all of the international games and the expansion of the international schedule, I think now that is no longer the case. Because usually it used to be week 12, everybody played games. There was no bye weeks in week 12 because of Thanksgiving. But last year, if I'm not mistaken, let me check the schedule. I'm pretty sure we played the Miami Dolphins in week 11, and our bye week was week 12 last year. But let me just double check. I don't want to be talking out the side of my neck. So let me check. Commanders 2025 schedule. Let's see. So we had a bye week in week 12 last year. Now, the question was, when was Thanksgiving last year? Because Thanksgiving could have been week 13 last year, not week 12. Generally, week 12 is Thanksgiving week. But sometimes, you know, the calendar falls a little funky and it changes everything. So let me check to see what week Thanksgiving was on last year. Thanksgiving 2025. What was the date? 27. The 27th was Thanksgiving last year. which would have put our week 13 game. Yeah. Week 13 was Thanksgiving week last year. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yeah, there's no bye on week 12. There's no bye week in week 12. Everybody's going to play. I don't think they allow teams off on Thanksgiving week. So normally week 12 is Thanksgiving. Last year, week 13 was Thanksgiving week, which is why we were allowed to have a week 12 bye. So my guess is there will be no bye week in week 12. I'm still predicting the byes in week 7. But Thanksgiving week is week 12 this year, which means everybody should be on the NFL slate. Yes. That's usually how it goes. Jay Mish, been a member for 56 months. Celebrate! Jay Mish writes, I think Dallas, Minnesota, the last 2 games, more flexible. Yeah, I could see that. Dallas is absolutely the last game of the season. We do know that. I think Minnesota is going to be one of those final games. Now, again, the rumor is, and we can't confirm that right now, but the rumor is Jacksonville is week 17. So that would be one of your 2 final games. Minnesota, I think, is week 16, somewhere in there, right? But we'll see. We'll see. Minnesota could be week 2 as well, right? Minnesota could be week 2. Minnesota could be week 12 because we're not going to have a bye in week 12, right? And you can't play Dallas in week 12. We know we're not playing Tennessee in week 12, right? So process of elimination, could be Minnesota, could be Arizona, because we're going to be on the road, right? You don't have any more home games. You only have 1 home game left, and that's Dallas. And I think that's Dallas week 18 because I don't think they're going to have us finish the season off with 3 straight road games. So I think you're looking at 2 road games, 2 home games, 2 road games, and then a home game to finish the season, right? That's what it looks like to me. All right. So Dallas at Philadelphia week 7. That's crazy. So we get Philadelphia week 8 at home on Sunday night. They got a short week the week before. They play Dallas at home on Monday night. So 2 big NFC East matchups for the Eagles back-to-back weeks. So let's chart that one. That's a pretty big one. Let's chart that one. Is that Monday Night Football? That's a pretty big one. That is a pretty big one. Hopefully the Cowboys tenderize that Philly meat real good. If you know, you know. Week 7, Dallas. All right. And then we're going to get this other one up for Philadelphia. All right. And that one goes to Philly. That's week 7. All right. All right. Got it. Locked it in. All right. So that's a big one. Right before our tilt with them on a Sunday night, they get Dallas at home on Monday Night Football. So it's a short week for them technically. It's a short week technically. So the Eagles play the Seahawks in week 15 at home. So let's go back to Philadelphia. You need a Philly red. That's going to be what, week 15 we said? Week 15, Seattle on the road. All right. And we need a black Seattle. Need a black Seattle. All right. Got that black Seattle. We're going to go all the way down to week 15 and put that on the schedule for the Philadelphia Eagles. Scoot that over just a tad. All right. Okay. So got that situated. Eagles week 15 against the Seattle Seahawks. Moving right along. Giants, Rams week 2, Monday Night Football. So let's lock that in. Another NFC East team on primetime television. That was supposed to be our game too. That's crazy. That was supposed to be our week 2 game against the Rams on national television. The hell they doing giving that to the Giants? I'm going to say that's off the strength of Harbaugh. That's what I'm going to say that is. That's off the strength of Harbaugh. They gave that to him because of Harbaugh. All right, week 2, Rams. Monday night? Yep, it's Monday night. All right. And then let me get the Giants side of this brouhaha. Get them locked in. Did I do that right? No, I didn't do that right. I did not do that right. Let me go fix that. I'm going to do this first, though. And then I can fix that afterwards. There we go. Now we got to fix that. So let's start by moving this over here to the Giants because they're the road team in this game. They're not at home. So that rectifies that problem. Now, let's go put the Rams as the home team. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, we didn't change that. I was about to say, wait a minute. What we got going on here? There we go. Giants, week 2. Monday Night Football. All right. Perfect. All right. So let's see what's next. Lions, Saints, week 1. Okay. We don't know what the Saints going to be, but that's a great opportunity for the Lions to get their shit off in week 1. Try to bounce back. We need a red Detroit and a black New Orleans. Let's get the black New Orleans while we right here. Detroit got them in week 1. Week 1 starting to fill up. Starting to fill up week 1. All right, now we need a red Detroit. Got one here, handy. And slide that on up in there. Bring it down a bit. All right. Got that one locked and loaded. All right. So, Patriots and Steelers week 2. Patriots and Steelers week 2. Patriots and Steelers week 2. Let's get a black Steelers. That's for New England. They're the home team in week 2. Got that. And let's go find us a red New England. I know Mike Vrabel got to be loving this shit, bro. He finally catching a break. They've been kicking him and Diana Rossini back in for the last, what feel like 2 months. Whenever the draft was, that's when all of this shit really started hitting the fan. The draft was what, a month ago? Not even. It feel like it's been forever. I know that shit had to feel like a whole year they've been getting their back kicked in. And it's only been like 3 weeks. That's how rough that shit been. I know he glad that it's some other shit that people talking about right now. Crazy part is whoever leaking this shit to the media probably got some shit loaded for the weekend. Soon as this shit over with today, tomorrow some new shit coming out. New shit. Rossini and Vrabel. New shit. Michael. Colts and Chiefs. Sunday Night Football. Wonder if Patrick Mahomes is back by then. That's gonna be the key to that. They got a week 1 prime timer do the Chiefs. I think it's against Denver. And then they turn around and they got another one against the Indianapolis Colts. So this is a Sunday nighter. So let's go get some Sunday night action. All right. Kansas City. All right. So this is Indy, week 2. Wonder if Daniel Jones, we talking about Patrick Mahomes. I wonder if Daniel Jones is going to be back by then, or who the quarterback will be for the Indianapolis Colts when they start the season off. I can't imagine Daniel Jones being back by then, but you never know. These guys seem to heal quicker and quicker. Like Mahomes talking about being back, and I think he got hurt after Daniel Jones. So you just never know how fast these guys are going to heal up from these injuries, especially when you play in a quarterback position. Doesn't require the same movements as, say, a wide receiver or a running back, or a position that requires you to stop, cut, all that kind of stuff, and plant all of that. Quarterback does, position generally doesn't require all of that. If you are a mobile quarterback, you may be required to do some of those things, but I think that's part of the reason why a lot of those guys are able to come back a lot sooner than other positions are able to. All right. And Kansas City got them in week 2. All right. Lock that one in. Okay. All right. So let's reassess where we at. Looking at the schedule right now, we're just nearing the 3:00 hour. I've been with you since noon. So we're 3 hours in. We got about 2 hours to go. I told you I'm gonna hang tough with y'all for about 5 hours here. If I catch up to all of the updates, and I'm moving right now. We moving. If I catch up to all of the updates and there's nothing else, then we'll bounce. But I don't foresee me catching up to all the updates before 2 hours are up. I got plenty of stuff still going, and stuff still coming in. But a lot of the NFC East, as you can see, their grid is starting to fill up. AFC South grid is starting to fill up. Still a lot left here for the AFC West. Not a lot of Chargers stuff, and I know there's probably some that are out there that I haven't gotten to yet for the Chargers. First ever Paris game for the NFL. That's going to be New Orleans and Pittsburgh, as you can see, based off of the color chart here. A lot of interesting matchups. NFL playing in Australia, Melbourne, Australia, Brazil, London, Paris, Munich, Madrid, and Mexico City. Like, they really trying to become an international game now. Like, they really trying their hardest to become an international sport. Vikings at Patriots. It's a Thursday night tilt. So let's get in that mix. All right. Minnesota. What week is that? 14. All right. All right. And let's get that where it belongs. And then, all right, I see we got a comment. I'm about to get to that right after I finish this. We got Minnesota. And That's New England. What week is that? 14. Thursday night football. Vikings and Patriots. Done. All right, let's get to the comment section. Let's get to the next game, and then I'm going to stop there. Dallas, week 5, home for Tampa Bay on Thursday night football. So we're going to get to that one next. Let's get to the comment section. Full Command Show. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big ups to Full Command Show. Love the work that you over there doing, my guy. Blau versus Fangio is low-key an atomic bomb versus a coughing baby, but a win would do wonders for confidence. No film in week 1 either. Yeah. Fangio, this is supposed to be his swan song. He was this close to retiring this offseason. So for all intents and purposes, this is it for him. I would love to send him out with a loss, to start off his final year as a defensive coordinator in this league. But to your point, sometimes it's a blessing and a gift to catch a team before there's actual film on what it is you do. It could also be a curse because you yourself haven't had a ton of time on task, as far as calling plays, putting them together. Because it's one thing to call plays in practice. It's one thing to call individual plays. We've talked about him pinning hits for, Cliff Kingsbury, and some of your favorite plays were drawn up by David Blau. But it's another thing to call plays in sequence and set things up and get into a rhythm as a play caller. And going to be fascinating to see how David Blau handles his first game. Not going to show anything in the preseason, and I wouldn't be shocked if we didn't see very much of the starters. We rarely do see them in the preseason. You might get one Jaden drive, especially if it turns into a touchdown. You might not see any of Marcus Mariota. If you do, it's one drive for him as well. And so you're not going to see a lot. They're not going to show a lot in the preseason. So that is a fascinating matchup when you think about it. That is a very fascinating matchup. Very fascinating matchup. One that we might be able to exploit, hopefully. That's the goal, is for us to be able to exploit those boys. Catch them napping in week 1. Thank you for that super chat, Full Command Show. Let's see. Oh. All right. I see y'all said we got Arizona week 12. JP Finley said Arizona week 12. Again, radio dudes giving out info usually means it's legit. Y'all said that your boy had us playing Jacksonville in week 17. And if JP Finley's saying it week 12, we playing Arizona, then that's probably legit. It's probably legit. So if we were to, I'm not going to put it on the grid. Not going to put it on the grid, but let's just go off the premise that week 17 is Jacksonville and week 12 is Arizona. So let's just look at the schedule now. And week 2 either has to be Tennessee, Dallas, or Minnesota, right? Does Dallas have they don't have a week 2 opponent that we know of right now. Minnesota doesn't have a week 2 opponent that we know of right now either. So all 3 of those are still available in week 2. Week 7, I think it's the bye week, but it could also be Minnesota does not have an opponent in week 7, And Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken, does not have an opponent in week 7 right now. So it could be either one of those teams, right? Or it could be the bye week, which I think it is. Week 12, you guys just said it's Arizona. JP Finley said it was Arizona. Week 13, I think that's going to be your first game against Dallas. That's what I think. Week 16, if Dallas is week 13 and Arizona is week 12, that would mean whomever isn't week 2 between Minnesota and Tennessee would be your opponent in week 16. I'm starting to lean towards Tennessee in week 2. Minnesota, because I always told you, I've been saying this, Minnesota's a late season opponent for me. It's always been, which means it's probably going to be the opposite this year because San Francisco was the opposite this year. But sticking to my guns, Tennessee week 2, Minnesota week 16, Jacksonville week 17, Dallas for the second and final time in week 18. That's what it feels like right now. We will see. 2 years ago when we had Tennessee on the schedule, it was also a late season game. The first game post bye, if you recall. We had the latest bye that one could have, which was week 15 or 14, excuse me. And we came off the bye. We had New Orleans. Pre-bye, right before the bye, we had Tennessee in week 13. Boy, did we need the Titans. We had just lost 3 straight. We were reeling at 7-5, 3 straight losses. Sky was falling, and like this heaven sent gift was dropped down upon us in week 13. And boy, did we need it. We jumped on the Titans with 21-0 in the first quarter, 28-0 early stages of the second. Ended up winning that game 42-19. So that was week 13 2 years ago. We could be right back in that same vicinity with the Tennessee Titans this year. I think they're the week 2 opponent, though. Titans. You guys say Titans and Eagles are week 2. Titans and Eagles. If that's the case, then process of elimination, if Arizona is week 12, Jacksonville's week 17, that means the Titans would be week 16. That means the Titans would be week 16. Which would mean what would that leave us with? Titans, Jags, Vikings. That would mean the Vikings would be your week 2 opponent. That would mean the Vikings would be your week 2 opponent. So it would be Vikings week 2, bye week 7, Cardinals week 12, Cowboys week 13, Titans week 16, Jaguars week 17, Cowboys week 18. So we'll see. There's still the chance that it's Dallas week 2. I'm trying to steer clear of that, right? Get that shit out of here. But there's still the chance that Dallas is week 2, assuming that they don't have an opponent already. Let's keep going. Hold on. I want to map out our schedule right quick. This is what we used to do when I was going to law school. Used to have to do things by the process of elimination. So right now, I've got all the weeks written down. And I'm going to write down the games that we know of in red or in black, and then the possibilities that could exist. So week 1, we know already Eagles. Week 2, we don't know. I'm going to write down all the options that are available in week 2. Let's write down all the ones that we do have, that we know of. And then we'll go down and we'll write down every single option, and then we'll cross them off the list as they're not available. And that'll give us what we, what the answer more likely than not will be. So week 3, Seattle, we know that's a fact. Week 4, Indy, we know that's a fact. Week 5, the Giants, we know that's a fact. Week 6, San Francisco, we know that's a fact. Week 7 is open right now. Week 8 is Philadelphia, we know that's a fact. Week 9, Rams, we know that's a fact. 10, we know that's a fact, Giants. 11, Cincinnati. 12 is open, but we're gonna write down Arizona in red because that's what we've heard. All right, but it's not in black, so that it doesn't mean, it means it's not in stone, right? Week 13 is available. Week 14 is Houston. Week 15 is Atlanta. Week 16 is open. Week 17 we've heard is Jacksonville. We're going to write that in red. And then week 18 we know is Dallas. We just don't know if it's home or away. So we'll write that one in blue because we know we're playing Dallas, right? We just don't know if that's a home or away. We know that's Dallas at home, right? That's what it should be. Like, they're not going to have us finish the season. So we're going to write that one in black. There's no reason to write that in blue. We know it's Dallas. Whether it's home or away is irrelevant, but it should be a home game. I don't think they're going to have us finish the season off with 3 straight road games. So Dallas is week 18. All right. So here are your options in week 2, right? We're going to write these in burgundy. Okay. Your options in week 2 are as follows: Minnesota, because we know it's going to be a road game, Dallas, Tennessee, and Arizona, right? Those are your 4 options. Now, tentatively, Arizona and Jacksonville, even though we think Jacksonville and Arizona are already spoken for. For the purposes of this exercise, we're going to write them down anyway. All right, so we think that Jacksonville and Arizona have weeks slotted for them. Week 12 for Arizona and week 17 for Jacksonville. So we're going to take those 2 off the list. The Titans, you guys said the Titans play the Eagles in week 2, right? So if that is true, you take the Titans off the list, right? That leaves you with Minnesota and Dallas as your only 2 options for week number 2. All right. Do the Vikings play anyone in week 2? So the Vikings and the Bears play week 2. That's what y'all are telling me. So if that's true, then it's Dallas, right? There's nothing to talk about. It's Dallas week 2, right? That's the process of elimination. We just ruled out all of the teams that were options except for Dallas, right? It's Dallas week 2. So we can pencil in the Cowboys week 2 on the road, right? You get to week 7. I believe that's going to be the bye week. I'll write that in red. That's tentative. We could have a week 13 bye, right? Week 12, Arizona, tentative. We're going to just leave that there. Week 13. Week 13. Here are all your options for week 13. All right. Same options that we just had in week 2. Minnesota, Dallas, Tennessee, Arizona, Jacksonville. We're going to do the same thing we just did. Process of elimination, right? If we're playing Dallas in week 2, based off of what we just did, and you know you have to play an NFC East opponent in week 18, and all the other NFC East opponents are already spoken for, you can't play Dallas in week 13, right? So Dallas is gone. See if the Titans are playing anyone in week 13. No, not as of right now, not that we know of. So they're still available. Minnesota. Are they playing anybody in week 13? No, they're not playing anyone in week 13. All right. Arizona, we got them as our week 12 opponent, and Jacksonville, we have them as our week 17 opponent, right? So you could be playing either Tennessee or Minnesota in week 13, according to what's left. Now, again, assuming neither one of those teams have an opponent that week that's already been verified. So you're either playing Minnesota or Tennessee, right? Let's keep going because we might be able to eliminate one of those two teams, and that will then tell us what the schedule is, right? So let's get to week 16, right? We're going to write down the same 5 teams, right? Those are the only teams that you can play. Minnesota, Dallas, Tennessee, Arizona, Jacksonville. Immediately, we scratch off Dallas, Arizona, and Jacksonville. Now, let's check week 16 to see if Tennessee plays or if Minnesota plays. Minnesota does not have a week 16 opponent. Tennessee does not have a week 16 opponent. Now, let's check the grid, and just to make sure that Minnesota or Tennessee don't have a game, I'm going to just go down real quick. So as you guys said, Titans do play the Eagles in week 2. I'm looking at that right now. That's a really juicy matchup. All right, so I don't see anything tying Minnesota. Let me go back one more time. I did see Minnesota, but I don't think that's week 15. That's not a week that we are concerned with. Week 9 is not a week we're concerned with. That's another Minnesota game. Week 1 is not a week we're concerned with Minnesota. So I don't see anything that rules out Arizona or Tennessee for weeks 13 or 16, right? Somebody said Titans at Vegas week 16. Somebody said Titans at Vegas. Haven't seen that one yet. Have not seen that one yet. Let's see. I'm looking on this grid here. Okay. Titans at the Vegas Raiders in week 16. So Titans off the list. Vikings are your week 16 opponent. All right. Which means you can't play Minnesota in week 13, which means the Titans are your week 13 opponent. This is all assuming, by the way, that the bye week is week 7. Now, if the bye week is week 13, well, that throws a monkey wrench in all of this, right? But assuming that the bye week is week 7, we know the entire schedule now. Philadelphia week 1, at Philadelphia week 1, at Dallas week 2, home for Seattle in week 3, home for home international game against Indianapolis, home for the Giants, in week number 5, right? Excuse me. At San Francisco, Monday Night Football, week 6. Bye week, week 7. Come off the bye, home for Sunday Night Football against the Philadelphia Eagles. Home for the Los Angeles Rams in week 9. At the Giants, week 10, Thursday Night Football. Home for the Cincinnati Bengals on Monday Night Football in week 11. At the Arizona Cardinals. Isn't that some symmetry, right? Remember the last time we played Cincinnati? Now, that was a road game, mind you, but it was a Monday night game nonetheless. The following week, we had a road game at Arizona. Isn't that crazy if the schedule goes the same way, right? The only difference would be we're not traveling to Cincinnati. Remember, we went to Cincinnati and went straight from Cincinnati to Arizona, didn't come home. Josh Harris did a tremendous job of packing up all of our practice shit, sending it to Arizona. It was a great trip and one of the highlights of that season. We may be repeating that here, except that we're not on the road twice in a row, but same 2 opponents, back-to-back weeks. Arizona on the road, week 12. Week 13, you're on the road at the Tennessee Titans. Week 14, you come back home for the Houston Texans. Week 15, you stay home for the Atlanta Falcons. Then you hit the road for 2 straight at Minnesota in week 16, at Jacksonville in week 17, before finishing up your season at home versus the Dallas Cowboys. So that's the schedule. That's the Commander's schedule. We got it. We figured it out. Process of elimination. Good job, guys. This is what, like, if you're trying to go to law school, this is what you do right here. Process of elimination, right? So we know the schedule now. Now it's just about identifying, like making sure, cleaning up the little stuff. Like, is this game actually at 4:25 or 1 o'clock p.m.? Those are the little clerical errors that can happen. Like, you have the right week, you have the right opponent, you have the right where the game is, but it may say 1 o'clock here, but we may get to the game and it's 4:25, or we may get to the schedule release and you're not playing the Rams at 1 o'clock, you're playing them at 4:25, right? Even though it's a 1 o'clock, East game, they may say, hey, no, this is America's game of the week. You're playing the Rams at 4:25, right? So we'll see, but feels like we got a bunch of 1 o'clock games, 1 o'clock kicks. You got your 4 prime timers. We don't know about the Dallas week 2 game. That could easily be a primetime game. I'm adamant, and I've been adamant that one of these 2 Dallas games is on national television. So Dallas already has 2 Thursday night games. I don't think 3 Thursday night games, excuse me. If you count Thanksgiving, they got a early season Thursday game. They always play that Thursday night game after Thanksgiving. I don't know if they're doing that this year, but that's what they usually do. I doubt that it will be a Thursday game. We know the Thursday game in week 2 is Bills and Lions. Do we already have all of the primetime games in week 2? That's the question. Instead of me asking, could we be playing Dallas week 2? Are all of the primetime slots in week 2 accounted for? We know the Giants and the Rams are playing on Monday night. Looking at the grid, you got the Lions and the Bills playing on Thursday night. Looking at the grid, and then Chiefs and Colts are playing on Sunday night. So yeah, week 2 is already spoken for. So it wouldn't be a nationally televised game. It would either be a 1 or a 4:25 kick against Dallas in week 2. So that would mean if we did play Dallas on primetime, it would be that week 18 kick, right? That week 18 game. But that would be assuming that it means something, right? Anyway, I digress. So now, knowing what we know about the schedule, you got to admit, pretty effing tough. Pretty effing tough. Now, knowing what we know now about the schedule, pretty effing tough schedule that the Commanders are going to face starting off their season, right? Home on the road at Philly, on the road at Dallas, two places historically that we do not play well, right? Haven't had any success against Dak Prescott. You could very well be staring 0-2 in the face heading over, coming back home against the Super Bowl defending champions. That is a realistic possibility. That's not my reality, right? That's not what I'm forecasting for this team. But who are we kidding? You know, like to start your season off on the road against two straight NFC East opponents. Who did we piss off? Right? Today is the last day we get to talk about how brutal of a start it is. After today, man up. Right? We get to bitch today. This is the initial reaction to the schedule. The shit is tough. The shit is tough. After you've had a chance to digest it, though, and you realize what it is, all right, let's go to work. Right? It's no different than how you attack things in life. Right? It's flooding, right? There's flooding. You don't want to drive your car through it because you know you're liable to go and get stuck. There's already two cars over there stalled out. Engine's no good. Water got in the engine. It's a wrap for those cars. You don't want to make it a third. So what do? You park your car over here in this parking lot, safe ground. And you're like, man, this water is deep, bro. I don't even want to walk through this shit. It's a mile to the crib. But guess what you do? You park your whip. You get out. The initial shock of all of that water and having to walk through this shit and having to walk home and you're going to be soaked. You already went through that and you're like, all right, bro, let's get this shit over with. That's what the start of this schedule is. All right, yeah, it's tough. Let's go bust their ass, man. Let's go on the road and be road warriors like we were 2 years ago. Let's go bust their ass. Seattle, we owe them one, right? We're going to do this tonight. We're going to do this later on this evening when the official schedule comes out. But shit, we know it now. We can do it right now, too. We owe these boys, right? We owe these boys. Let's bless them. Let's bless the Seahawks. They coming to our crib, too. This ain't that shit from last year. Where we out here with Chris Moore and Traylon Burks as our starting receivers. No, they can get this work in week 3. This sounds arrogant on our part because we don't get to mop, right? We don't get to tuck our napkin in our shirt, get our fork and silverware ready. We don't get to just assume that somebody's food. Not after going 5-12 last year. You don't get to assume that anybody's food. But Indy and the Giants have to be food. After the start to the season that we got, you have to eat against Indy and the Giants. Mandatory that those are meals. Your tummy needs to be full heading into San Francisco. But you can always create more space. You can always create more space. Eat up. We got a bye week in week 7. Eat up. Create as much space as you can and fill up your tummy because you can let all of that digest and create more space during the bye week in week 7. Then we got to have an insatiable hunger after that. Because you got Philly on a Sunday night. You got a team that was in the NFC Championship game the week after that in the Los Angeles Rams. And then you got the Giants again on a Thursday night, a short week, no less, on the road. So, like, the Giants are a team that we traditionally spank with Jaden Daniels as our quarterback, or just over the last 2 years in particular. They put us in a position that they know we struggle in, just to see if to test the theory of, hey, y'all really struggle on Thursday night or what? Well, we're going to find out. He go to Giants on the road, man. You saw what the Giants did last year at home to the Eagles on a Thursday night. They got up for them boys. Mess around if you want to think the Giants won't smack our ass around on Thursday night football. Come in there with that same bullshit we done the last 2 years on Thursday nights. Think the Giants won't smack us up. That's some bullshit, too, to give us the Giants on a quick turnaround, short week. They could have gave us anybody. Gave us the Giants, a team that if we played them on a Sunday, we would definitely spank. Cincinnati, Monday night. That's going to be tough. It'll be fun, but it's going to be tough. Arizona. Got to eat, bro. What are you doing? Man, who do you think you are? You won't get far unless you eat. You got to eat against Arizona. You got to eat against Tennessee. I'm putting Indy in that same boat. You got to eat against Indy. You got to eat against the Giants. It's certain teams on the schedule. I don't know who you think you are. You won't get far unless you eat. Week 13, Titans, right? Who is it, week 13? Titans. I just said the same thing about Arizona. You got to eat, right? Week 14, Houston. Tough. Probably the best defense we'll see all season long, assuming they're healthy and they're as ferocious as they were a season ago. Probably the best defense we'll see all season. Again, we don't know what the Texans will be by the time we see them that's probably, what's week 14? That's December. We don't know what the Texans will be by then. All right. Week 15, Falcons. Always tough when we play them. Always tough. 6th year in a row we'll be playing the Atlanta Falcons. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6 year in a row. Minnesota, week 16. Don't know what the Vikings will be. Kyler Murray, will he be the quarterback? Will it be J.J. McCarthy? Don't know. Don't care, honestly. We owe them an ass whooping. An ass whooping. I so hope that we got our shit together by then. And if they reeling or they struggling, boy, I want to put foot to ass. To hell with a belt. To hell with a belt. I'm trying to put insignias and logos and all kinds of imprints on their ass. With a boot. With a commander boot. Some of them hard, I'm talking some of them hard ant roach crushers. You know them hard back bugs that be in the house that you can't kill on carpet? Them shits, you need some of them damn steel toe Wolverine shits to crush them bitches. That's what I'm trying to step on the Vikings with. That shit they did to us, like them and Seattle. Week 17, Jacksonville. Got to have it. Jags might actually be a really good team again like they were last year. I don't care. Got to have it. That's the De'Ami Brown revenge game. Assuming De'Ami is here, of course. Assuming De'Ami is here. And then you finish up with our arch nemesis, the Dallas Cowboys, at the crib. And that could mean something. It could mean nothing. It could mean something. It could mean everything. It could mean nothing. Who knows? I'd be lying to you if I said the schedule wasn't tough, but it's not impossible. It's very doable. Very doable. Let's look and see, what the stretches are. And you know what? We'll save that for later on tonight when the actual schedule comes out. We'll save that for later. I'll go through all of the nuances of the schedule like I like to do. Let's get to the comment section real quick. Ab, my guy, Abner Duran. My guy, Ab, been a member for 55 months. Celebrate. My guy, Ab, writes, my man, Lou. What's up, Ab? He says, is the San Francisco at week 6 confirmed? Yes. Yes. That way, I'll be at least going to London and San Francisco. That is confirmed. The week 6 Monday night game in Santa Clara has been confirmed. Hope to also go to Arizona, Tennessee, and Jacksonville, depending on the dates. Last travel season was tough. Hope this is better. Yeah. I was not used to you going to games and not coming home and extracting the dub. You were one of my best field agents. Still are. But to your point, last year, pretty rough. Nobody was completing missions last year. Nobody. And I'm talking about I'm sending the best of the best. You wanted the best of the best. I was sending the best of the best we got to extract dubs, and it just wasn't happening last year. It wasn't happening. So we're going to get back to business this year. No worries. No worries. No worries. I'll say this. This year, the travel season can't be worse than last year. It can't be worse. It can't be worse. Songbird Breezy. Been a member for 16 months. Who writes, Louie! What up, Songbird? Tough schedule, but we got 5. It's tough. But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. We're going to find out what we made of. We're going to find out what we made of this year because we're getting tested early. And if we come through that early test and we pass, oh, it's up and it's stuck, bro. The season is finna be a party, a movie even. Let us get through that first stretch at 3-1. Man, 4-0. We losing it if we 4-0. But 3-1. Come out of that first 4, 3-1. Talking infinite and copious amounts of shit. And I'm going to be on that 2024 shit at that point. With the swag of preseason 2025. Because 2024 was like this magic carpet ride that we never wanted to end. We were always kind of in awe of the season. Like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening to us. Oh my God, this is crazy. That ain't going to be the same energy in 2026. It's going to be that 2025 pompous, looking down your nose. We better than you going into the season type energy we had. Like there was an expectation. 24, there was no expectations. 26, there will absolutely be expectations if you come out of that first stretch playing good football. Anyway, I digress. So we figured out the Commander schedule. Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought? Huh? Not me. Gone are the days of having to wait until actually 8 p.m. at night to have your schedule released. We cracked the code at about 3:25 this afternoon. Look at us. Sharp as a tack. All right. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, 2 at Dallas 12, Arizona 13, Tennessee 16, Minnesota 17. I think it's the other way around. So Dallas at week 2, Dallas, week 12, Arizona, 13, Tennessee, week 16, Minnesota, 17, Jacksonville, 18, Dallas. Yeah, and we figured that out. Metaphor. We figured that out about 20 minutes ago or so. Yeah, we figured it out. Me and my crack staff, aka the chat, we took this schedule to law school and started going by the process of elimination. Knock this shit down, bro. And yeah, we figured it out. We figured it out. So we got the schedule. We know what it is. This shit tough. But we built for it tough. This is why you assembled the roster that you assembled this year. So you could attack a schedule like this. This is what it's about. This is what it's about. I want the smoke. I want all of it. Would I have preferred Arizona week 1? Yeah, of course. I wanted the easy way out. Ain't no easy way out. And that's fine. We got to go to the path less traveled. We got to create our own path, basically. I'm with it. I'm with it. No worries, Metaphor. You at work, you trying to multitask. But yeah, we figured it out, bro. We knocked that shit out. We got it. All right. No worries. I appreciate you for trying to enlighten us, though. All right. Let's see what else we got. So I think we stopped. Got that one. Got that one. We stopped at Dallas week 5. Thursday night football. What up, Rio? I see Rio in the chat. What up, Rio? Yeah, we talked a little Ice, man. We talked a little Drake earlier. We'll probably be talking about that later on tonight too. I would assume there'll be a little bit of that conversation for sure. But we had a brief Aubrey conversation earlier today, for sure. All right, got another super chat. Let me get to that. Ben Jones, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Our guy Ben writes, "Hey Lou, I'm currently watching 3 hours behind. Okay. But I'm counting 3.5 more weeks to the end of the school year when I can watch you live and not on playback." Hey, bro, get your schoolwork done, man. Get all of that knocked out first. That's what's most important. You may be watching on delay or playback. It's all good, bro. The most important thing is that you take care of business. Taking care of business every day. Taking care of business every way. I mean, taking care of business. Take care of business, bro. Take care of business. And you'll be able to catch that live stream later on in the summertime. 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 You'll be able to catch the streams then. But get that work done, bro. Shit ain't going nowhere. Shout out to you, man. Finish up strong, too. Finish up strong. Kevin, the PRF. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy. Kev writes, calling it now. Week 18 will be Dak's last game in the Dallas uniform. Let's send him out with an L in style. Week 18, Dak's final game in a Cowboys uniform? Nah. You got to explain yourself. Until there's an actual replacement in-house, Dakota's not going anywhere. Dakota's not going anywhere. But I agree. Whatever the case may be, whether it's his last game or not, send him out with an L. Sick and tired of being sick and tired of losing to this man. And he ain't really seen the real Jaden Daniels. Every time we played him, it's some bullshit. Every time. In 2024, he wasn't healthy. Jaden played for a half in the second game. 2025, Jaden was compromised. If you recall, he wasn't compromised. He had been back already from the injury because he had played in the 2 games previous against the Chargers and the Bears. But he ain't had no receivers. Everybody was hurt that game. Debo missed his first game as a Commander that week. It was no Terry. Bro, we had Robbie Anderson starting that week, if you remember, or excuse me, Robbie Chosen starting that week, opposite of Chris Moore. Like, it don't get much nastier than that, bro. That shit was disgusting. And then Jaden didn't play the second Dallas game. It's always some bullshit. Hopefully week 2 ain't no bullshit. Everybody got all their stuff. All systems go, man. Week 2. Let's get it. Bless these boys, man. Sick of they shit. All right. So, oops. My bad. We got Dallas and Tampa Bay Thursday night football. I wonder if that means Dallas won't be playing Thursday night football in week 13. That's a great question because normally they play Thursday night the week after Thanksgiving. I mean, damn, how many times you gonna put them on Thursday, right? I'm trying to think. Did they have 3 Thursday appearances last year? Probably did, knowing the Cowboys. Probably did. Yeah, well, they started the season off against the Eagles last year, right? That was a Thursday game. They played Thanksgiving against the Chiefs. I'm trying to think of, did they play the following Thursday? I really feel like they did. I'm curious. I'm going to look it up. See, Cowboys 2025 schedule. All right. Let's see. Thanksgiving, Chiefs. Yeah, they played the Lions. Yep. They played the Lions. That was the game where George Pickens basically quit during the game. So, yeah. They're going to play 3 times on Thursday again this year, I'm going to guess. Now give me 1 second. All right. So let's take a look. I think Rio just, let me see who posted this. I think Rio posted this. And it's a really good look at the schedule if you're a Commanders fan. So I'm gonna put this up on the screen real quick. And this will give you a better look at it. All right. Let me pull this up. All right. So I don't need to be big. I can be right here next to it. All right. So this is the schedule, basically, like what we've deduced, what we've been able to put together, kind of figured it out. Process of elimination. Week 1, Eagles, road. Week 2, Cowboys, road. Week 3, home, defending Super Bowl champions. Week 4, over in London. Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Come back abroad, home, Giants. Week 6, Monday Night Football versus the San Francisco 49ers on the road. Hopefully that's the Brandon Ayuk revenge game. Bye week, week 7. Come off the bye. Sunday Night Football, Eagles at the crib. Week 9, Rams at the crib. Week 10, Thursday Night Football on the road, New York Giants. So quick turnaround, and you get the Giants on the road. I hate it. Then you get a long, almost a bye week, right? Because not only do you get the extra days off due to playing on a Thursday, but then you get an extra day because you play on a Monday. So you get to over prepare for the Cincinnati Bengals and Joe Burrow and company on Monday Night Football at home. But that then makes it a short week, having to head to Arizona to take on the Arizona Cardinals. Then you get the Titans on the road again. On the road again. Come back home for week 14 versus the Houston Texans. Stay home an additional week to take on the Atlanta Falcons before hitting the road again for 2 more weeks. Hit the road, Jack. At Minnesota, at Jacksonville. Then you finish up the season home for the Dallas Cowboys. So this is a really fascinating schedule. A lot of 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, right? Two straight road games to start, 3 straight home games, even though it's kind of broken up with the trip to London in between. You got 2 more road games or home games here, right? In weeks 8 and 9. Then you have 2 road games, weeks 12 and 13, 2 home games, weeks 14, 15, 2 home games, road games, week 16 and 17. So it's a lot of 2 on, 2 off, 2 on, 2 off. It's a lot of that. 2 years ago, it was home game, road game, home game, road game, home game, road game, home game, road game. We only had like a stretch one time where we played 2 straight road games. We got a bunch of those on the schedule this year. We haven't had, and we talked about this during the stream, we haven't had a start to a season where it was 2 straight road games since 2012. 2012 was the last time that you had 2 straight road games to start the season. 3 straight home games, again, home in quotations, air quotes, with the week 4 London game. My guess was 4 primetime games. We got 4 primetime games. That's off the strength of Jaden Daniels, which is what I was assuming we would get. I'm still not convinced that one of the 2 Dallas games doesn't, and we know week 2 isn't. Week 2 is spoken for. Every primetime platform has a matchup already designated for week 2. So it will have to be week 18. I'm still not sold that game with Dallas in week 8. And again, they don't like only way that game ends up nationally televised is if both teams have something on the line or one team has something on the line to play for. And no other game has, playoff implications, what may have you. So this is a really, really tough schedule. What would you say is the toughest stretch of the schedule? Just analyzing it, I'd have to say you've got 2 pockets that are the toughest. The first 3 weeks, obviously. 4 if you want to throw in Indy and the travel and all of that. The first 4 weeks, I really would just say the first 3 weeks, brutal. I mean, you could add in Indy and the travel and say that the first 4 weeks are just insane. I would then say after the bye week, those next 4 games, it's tough, man. Eagles home Sunday night, Rams home, Giants Thursday night. Quick turnaround makes that game even tougher. It's already family business. And then you throw in a quick turnaround, short week, and you got to travel to New York, makes that week 10 game just brutal. Especially for the way that we've played on Thursday night under Dan Quinn. I'm blaming Cliff Kingsbury, though. But we'll find out if Cliff was the culprit or not. And then Cincinnati on Monday Night Football. Like that, if that's not the toughest stretch, then the first 3 weeks, 4 weeks of the season are. And I probably say the first 3 weeks are tougher because of the road games. Like at least 8 through 11, that's 3 out of 4 at home. They're tough opponents. And the one road game is a quick turnaround Thursday nighter on the road against the Giants. But at least the other 3 are home games. The first 2 games of the season on the road at Philly, at Dallas, and then coming home for Seattle. And Seattle's been better on the road than they have been at home under Mike McDonald. They're like elite on the road. They're one of the best road teams we've ever seen for a coach's first 2 seasons of his NFL coaching career. Like, I would rather play Seattle at home, honestly. You probably got a better chance of beating them with the way that they prepare and the way that they go out on the road and kick ass. So I would say the first 3 to 4 weeks, probably your toughest stretch, although from a talent perspective, the 8th through 11th weeks would probably be tougher from talent. Like the Rams have more talent than the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Seahawks, if you ask me. The Bengals offensively have more talent than the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Seahawks, if you ask me. Defensively, that's the question with Cincinnati, obviously. So the easiest stretch, and I don't think I put easy in quotations. There's no easy stretch of the schedule. But boy, we need weeks 12 and 13 like we need air to breathe. We need both of them. We got to have them. I would have much rather they had spread those out, but I look at those like 2024, Tennessee at the top of the bye, and then post bye New Orleans, right? We needed both of them shits. That's how I look at weeks 12 and 13 of Arizona and Tennessee. I need both of them. We don't know what Tennessee could end up being one of the surprise teams in the league this year. And Robert Saleh could have that defense humming, and Cam Ward and Carnell Tate and all of those boys could be hooping this year. And the Titans surprisingly are, 8-4 when we get to them in week 13 if they haven't had their bye yet. Who knows? But as we sit here right now, I need both of those. Nah, not both. Both with 2 Fs. I need both of them. That's the stretch we got to have. Stretch we got to have. Honestly, if we being honest with one another, weeks 8 through 11, tough. But then 12 through 16, and again, the Vikings could end up being a good team, and we struggle with them regardless. Whether they're good or not, we struggle with them. We have to do damage in weeks 12 through 16. Have to. You got to get both of those games at home, on the road against Arizona and Tennessee. And then you got to win at least one of those 2 against Houston and Atlanta at home, preferably both of them, but you got to win at least one of them. You can't go any worse than 3-1 in that stretch. And then when you head to Minnesota, you got to have an abundance of confidence, and you got to find a way to win that game. Even if I say you split those 2, you split the 2 before, you sweep that, that's 4-2 in that 6-game stretch. That's what you have to do in that stretch. Weeks 12 through 17. Weeks 12 through 17, you have to go 4-2, minimum 4-2. Setting up whatever that sets up in week 18, whether that means we already clinched the division, or we already clinched the playoff berth, or both Dallas and us have clinched the playoff berth, but we playing for the division title. Whatever that looks like, 4-2 down that stretch puts you in a great position heading into week 18. And you want to be riding high. Would we love to be going into that week 18 game against Dallas, riding a fill-in-the-blank game win streak? Yeah, just like we were in 2024. Sure. We were riding a 4-game win streak going into that week 18 game on the road at Dallas in 2024, excuse me. But I don't know how we start the season. I don't know what our record is going into that stretch. But no worse than 4-2. Weeks 12 through 17. All right. Let's get to the comment section. Let's get to the comment section. Swaggy P. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Swaggy P. Right. I like how this schedule is laid out better than last year's. Not having a backload of division games is a blessing. Also, the week 7 bye, hashtag raise hell. I felt like, and I think I had said this to you guys, that we weren't going to see a backlog of division games this year. Felt like we had gotten that like 3 out of the last 4 years. Last year was rough. They set that up last year intentionally because of the in-season hard knocks, right? Like that was done purposefully. So, but we remember the 2020, 2021 season, I believe it was, or 2022, when we had like 4 out of 5 division games to finish up. Like we've had that a lot more than not here of late. So I thought we were due for not having a ton. And as you can see, our schedule is actually front loaded with division games. By week number 10, you'd have played 5 out of your 6 division games. So essentially, more than half of your games after week 10, because you have a week 7 bye, and 5 out of the 9 games that you would have played by week 10 would have been division games. And if you don't clean up there, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Because 5 out of your first 9 games are division games. Love the week 7 bye. I love it. It's a very reasonable buy. Something we haven't had here in quite some time. When's the last time we had an October buy? Like we don't do that around here. October and buy don't go in the same sentence with us. CGM 87, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. CGM 87 writes, are we really going to filthy and phallus weeks 1 and 2? Shaking my effing head. Yeah, that's the thing. That's actually going to happen. Weeks 1 and 2 on the road, right out of the gates. What you got? What you got? What you about? We're going to find out what this team is made of right out of the gates. With David Blau, with Durante Jones, what they talking about? What they talking about, man? We're going to find out real quick, real effing quick. LT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. LT writes, no AJ, if Hurts sweeps JD regular season playoffs, he's JD's daddy. If you got no AJ Brown, you got no chance to sweep us. That's what you got. I like my chances with no AJ Brown. I like my chances a lot. I really think the Eagles are going to take a massive step back this year. And when I say massive, I still think they're going to be in the hunt for a playoff berth. Like, I don't think they're going to the bottom's going to fall out of their season or anything. But I don't think it's going to be that same level of, dominance on either side of the ball. Like, at least last year, your defense was elite. Your offense wasn't shit, but your defense was. I don't think you're going to be elite on that side of the ball either. I think there's a drop-off there. I think there's a drop-off on offense even further. I think the offense will be more towards the mean. Like, it won't be these extremes. Like last year, you were extremely bad. Like, you couldn't score at times. I don't think you're going to see that. I just think you're going to be consistently average on offense. You'll have 1 or 2 games where you explode on a team scoring points wise, but I don't think you're going to see the offense be high octane again, unless Saquon Barkley gets it going again. Unless Saquon gets it going again. CGM 87, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. CGM 87 writes, have to split the first 2 games or shit will get ugly fast and DQ seat will be blazing. I will say, like, you don't have to split the first 2 games. If you lose the first 2 games, it'll feel like the sky's falling. But if you go win the next 2 games, the next 3 games, really, then you're back over 500. I said this earlier when we were projecting the Cowboys. We didn't know at that time if they were going to be the team we played in week 2. But I said, if that game at Dallas is in week 2, you got to come out of the first 3 no worse than 1 and 2. Because you can beat the Colts and the Giants in the following weeks and get back over 500. It'll be the same place we were. It'll just be we got there in a different way. But it'll be the same place we were after 5 weeks last year. We were riding high after we beat the Chargers at 3 and 2. Everything we wanted was right there in front of us. And if Jaden doesn't fumble that football, we convert that third down, we're going to beat the Bears. We're going to be 4-2, and we're going to be feeling good about ourselves. And you could literally be in that same spot this year. You just would get there differently. But you're not wrong. Let's be honest with ourselves. You can't lose both of those first 2 games. You can't do it. You can't do it. Your season's not over. You're not dead, but it's going to feel like it. It's going to feel like it. And to your point, it'll get ugly for DQ. All of the goodwill. Shit, lose week 1. Lose week 1 to the Eagles. And all of the goodwill that DQ and AP and all those guys did over the, man, that shit is gone like that. Poof, pow, be gone. I know this fan base. And I'm telling you right now, that shit is gone, bro. They going to want DQ's head on the stick. We come out in week 1 and lose to Philadelphia, and this shit ain't close. You need week 1. You need that one bad. I'm going to be honest. We need it more than Philadelphia does. They got the Titans in week 2. They lose to us, they can bounce back the following week. We don't have that luxury. We got to be the more desperate team in week 1. They don't have to win in week 1. They can win in week 2. There's no guarantee we going on the road and beating Dallas the following week. You need to beat Philadelphia in week 1, bro. There's a level of desperation that we got to come out with. Hey, we so back, man. We going to have the threads on in week 1. Oh, we so back. Oh, my God. We so back, bro. I'm lit. I'm ready. I'm ready, man. I'm ready, bro. I'm ready. I'm ready. We so back. That's going to be one of the talking points this summer when we toast into the upcoming. We so back, y'all. Y'all seen the threads? We back, man. First 2 games on the road in the division. We back, man. You know what? At this point, I wouldn't have it any other way. Rocking the threads, coming back. We back, bro. The only thing missing is one of these some bitches needed to be on primetime so everybody can see the shit. We back, though, man. Jaden Daniels is back. We back up. Put the word out, man. We back up. I'm excited. Shit got me excited. It could get real ugly, though, real fast, real quick, real effing quick. It can. You're not wrong. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Lou. Video channel. Dan Quinn Invitational gets that 7th game. Look, we keep stretching out the Invitational, right? We keep stretching out the Invitational, right? Every time we look up, they added another game to the Invitational. We just want the shit to be over with. We the champs, though. The champ is here. The champ is here. We the champs of the Invitational. It's only right that we defend our crown. No way we got the 7th game of the Invitational, man. The DQ Invitational. CGM 87. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? They couldn't have flipped the week 2 with Arizona or the Titans. Shaking my head. Look, I was lobbying for it. But they was like, nah, no cigar, bro. But you know what? Having them do those 2 teams back to back later on in the season might not, again, assuming that you get to that point of the season and you're relevant. Like, this is the part where somebody, I think it was either yesterday or the day before, was like, I'd rather get the hard games out the way. I think it was Reedy Davis. It was somebody that said, I'd rather get the hard games out the way early. And I'm like, that's cool. Like, mentality-wise, yeah, let me get them shits right now. See what we about. But you can get your ass smacked early in the season, mess around and get to them games like week 12 and 13 against the Tennessee Titans and the Arizona, and your season already over with. Season already done. That's what happened when we played Miami. We didn't know the Dolphins was going to suck the way that they did, but by the time we got to the Dolphins, our shit was already done. Dolphins and the Giants and all them winnable games that we talked about, season was done already, bro. Your shit was over by Halloween. So week 12 and 13 against Arizona and Tennessee, respectfully, don't mean shit if you get there and you 2-9. What difference it make, right? So would I have preferred them swap in one of those? Yeah. I wanted Arizona week 1. Who am I kidding? Right? I would have taken Arizona week 2. I would have taken Arizona week 2. But this was the hand we were dealt, man. I don't mind playing these cards. I don't mind playing these cards. You play them right, you might have a hell of a hand you might have a hell of a hand and a bunch of books you've collected when it's all said and done. This ain't a terrible hand we've been dealt. It could have been better, but it ain't a terrible hand. Court Casino, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Court Casino, writes, Marathon Lou. Love, famo. You know what it is, man. You know what it is, Court Casino. I told y'all, I had y'all for 5, bro. Every year when the schedule release day hits, y'all got me for 5. We locked for 5. You might not do all 5. You might only do 5 minutes of the 5. You might do an hour or 2 of the 5. But I'm locked in for 5. Right? That's contractually, y'all got me for 5 hours. So I appreciate you pulling up and doing your part to keep the stream live during the 5-hour marathon. All right. Mask Pro, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mask Pro writes, ouch, early, but love weeks 12 through 18. Think we can make a run. Yeah, early is tough, but again, it ain't how you start, it's how you finish. You want to start fast, you want to finish even faster. One of the things I always harped upon when we were garbage, when we were ass, was like, I just want to start the season off fast. You know, we got so accustomed under Joe Gibbs, whether it was Gibbs or it was Shanahan or it was Gruden, we got so accustomed when we would make the playoffs. We got accustomed to backdooring our way in, having to win 5 out of 6, win the final 5 games, 6 games in the regular season to get in. 2024 was the first time in eons we started the season off 7-2, y'all. That's what I want. That's what I, as a fan, you strive for your team to be that good out of the blocks, out of the gate, because it allows for you to have the 3-game hiccup that we had. You still had, remember we used to do the Rivera thing, right? Start the season off stupid slow, 2-4, 0-4. What 1 year, what were we? 1 in the 2020 year, what were we? 1-7? Then we won, we got to 6-7 that year. So we won 5 straight. And then we lost 2 out of our final 3 to get to 7-9 and win the division. Like, that was the thing we would do under Rivera, is we would start slow every year. So when that win streak came, all it was doing was digging you out of the hole that you had dug for yourself early in the season. You can't even enjoy that shit, because you was 2-6. You just won 4 in a row. 1 year we was 2-6. Heineke came in, we won 4 in a row. We got to 6-6, and then the bottom fell out of the season. You can't even enjoy the 4-game streak because you're just trying to get back to 500. If we can somehow get to week 12 above 500, you have a chance to then create distance. Let's say, how many games would we have played by week 12? 11, right? We'd have played 10 games, excuse me, 10 games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 games, right? If you're 5-5, that's solid. But I said 4-2 in that stretch. 4-2 only puts you at 9-7. You fighting for your playoff life. You're gonna need to win that week 18 game against Dallas to get in, more likely than not. If you 9-7 heading into week 18. Because I don't think 9 wins getting you in. 10 might not even get you in, but I think 10 should get you in as a wild card. Ain't no guarantees. You want to ensure you go into the playoffs, win 11 games. Win 11 games. But if you get to that stretch and you 6-4, and then you mess around and you go 4-2, well, now you 10-6, bruh. We're talking about a whole different conversation. You probably done already clinched a playoff spot and you looking to improve seeding, maybe even win a division in week 18. The difference between one game, 5-5 and 6-4, huge difference. Now imagine coming into that game at 7-3, and then you go 4-2 over that stretch. Now you 11-5, bro. Now we talking about potentially being a top 2 seed, potentially top 3 seed in the conference. I think 12 wins would win you the division this year, right? Don't know who's going to be this and that. Dallas could be really good. Philadelphia could be better than I think. You never know. But ultimately, getting to that week 12 stretch above 500, huge, huge. That means we're going to have to win the games we're supposed to and maybe 1 or 2 that we're not. Mark David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mark David, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Somebody said, "Why I'm so small on the screen." Let me make myself bigger then. My guy Mark says, we got to remember everything is new. Offense and defense will take time to gel, so let's temper expectations early. That's a rational take for an irrational fan base, Mark. Everything you just said is 110% spot on. It makes a ton of sense. And if we're being honest, that is probably the best way to approach the upcoming season is, hey, let's not go in here thinking we're going to go guns a-blazing into Philadelphia and then Dallas and come out, on the other side with no bullet holes. Understand that this is all a process for everyone and it may not go smoothly at the beginning. That's a rational take. Problem is, our fan base is irrational. We ain't trying to hear that shit. I'm guilty too. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I know that's true. I'm aware. So it ain't even that I ain't trying to hear it. I'm probably just more geared towards, angling towards, because I always tell people I'm glass half full all the time. Sometimes even to my own detriment. I'm glass half full. So instead of me looking at it as, well, they're going to need time to gel, temper your expectations, I'm like, hey, they ain't never seen this shit before. They don't know what we going to do. They don't know what to prepare for. That's my mindset. And that might not be the best way to go about it. We don't know what Sean Mannion's going to do as the Eagles offensive coordinator either. Shit goes both ways, right? Dallas got a brand new defensive coordinator, right? We don't know what the hell he's going to do. We have no clue. So it go both ways. I think it was his name, Christian Parker or some shit like that they got from Philadelphia. We don't know what the hell he's going to do. He could be a Vic Fangio disciple, or his shit could be totally different, bro. We have no idea. I think they said they playing a 3-4 in Dallas this year. We have no idea, bro. So it go both ways. Bottom line is, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. You so spot on, Mark. But fans ain't trying to hear that shit. Basically, you preaching patience in a sport where you can't really have patience. You can have patience in the NBA. You can have patience in Major League Baseball. Hell, you can have patience in hockey. Every one of these shits in football, college and pro, every one of these shits count. Every one of these shits count, man. The reason you missed the postseason could be because you got off to a slow start and you lost a game that you probably would win now because you're a better team now than you were before. You got to find a way. We got to find a way. Got to find a way. It may not go great in week one. It could look like Tampa Bay 2024. It shouldn't. Jaden's not a rookie. Shouldn't look like that. But we got to find a way. There's no Giants after that 2024 beatdown at the hands of the Bucks to build you back up. That's why I said we got to be more desperate. The Eagles have the Titans in week 2. They got a net. They got a safety net. We both walk in a tightrope. We look down. We walk in that tightrope without a circus net. I'm a nervous wreck. I deserve respect. We don't have that circus net below to catch us if we fall. The Eagles do. I need it. We need it. They don't. We got to play with that level of desperation in week 1. Ford Frey, my guy. Silver Fox. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, LT, I might have missed something, but I like playing the tough schedule early. No one has film on Blau or Jones yet. Thoughts? That's the approach I'm taking. That's the approach I'm taking. Is give them about a month. Give the league a month, and they're going to feel like, okay, we figured these dudes out. We got a plan. This is what they like to do. This is how they like to attack. In third down situations, this is where they like to go with the football. In third and short, this is what they like to do. These are their tendencies. The hope is we catch these teams before they have figured that out. Now, the turnaround is quick. You get Philadelphia again in week 8. For the Giants, you see them in week 5, and then you see them again in week 10. Now Dallas is different. It's week 2 and week 18. So, yeah. You didn't miss anything. It's just your perspective, right? You didn't miss anything. Some people would prefer to get wins under their belt. Like, and again, nothing is guaranteed in this league. We sit here and talk about Arizona like they're a guaranteed layup. We can't look at anybody like food. We shouldn't, I should say. It's not going to stop us from looking at Arizona and Tennessee like food. But if I'm Arizona or Tennessee, I look at the Commanders' record from last year. They was 5-12. Why we can't beat them? Bro, we drafted 3 picks behind Arizona. Or Tennessee, excuse me. We drafted 3 picks behind Tennessee. 5 picks behind Arizona. Them teams looking at us like food too. They should be. Should be. So we sit here and talk about them like, oh, that's a layup. We just got to put it in the bucket. Who knows what would happen if those teams was early on the schedule? You just play the law of averages. You're more likely to beat Tennessee and Arizona than you are Dallas and Philadelphia to start your season off. But if you were to ask me which way I would prefer it when you you look at it from the lens that you're looking at it from, which is, and no one has film on Blau and Durante Jones as play callers yet. If we're looking at it from that lens, I would tell you I'd much rather the schedule be laid out the way it's laid out right now. Because if a team has less talent than you, and the coaching isn't like the coaching scales aren't tipped in one phase, side or another. The scales aren't tipped in one side or the other. So it's relatively even. And the talent is, there's a discrepancy, which there is a talent discrepancy between Tennessee, Arizona, and us this year. We have more talent than those teams. More talent, more experience, et cetera, et cetera. Then it don't matter what they got on tape. It don't matter the film they have in their stud. You should beat them. Whereas it's a little bit more even. You could even argue Dallas and Philadelphia have more talent than us. Don't know where the coaching lies with these two teams because a lot of teams have new staff members. Eagles have a new offensive coordinator. Cowboys have a new defensive coordinator. So still a lot of, moving parts, figuring out things. But they have more talent than us. Them not being able to assess what we're going to do because there's no film may be the upper hand that we need. Who knows? Right. Sir Yar, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, most delusional fan base in the NFC East conference? Oh, without question, it's Dallas. Like, our fans aren't delusional as much as they are maybe a bit too hopeful at times. Dallas thinks they're going to win a Super Bowl every year. They've been saying that since 1995. They haven't been to an NFC championship game since 1996. They think they're going to win a Super Bowl every year. They think they're going to win the Super Bowl again this year. You heard Jerry Jones. Jerry be putting that poison out there every year, and them boys inject that shit into their veins every single year. Every single year. I would say they're the most delusional fan base, not just in the division or the conference. I would say in the league. In the entire National Football League. Cowboy fans are a special breed. Special breed. All right. Let me transition right into one last word from our sponsor. Come back on the other side. We'll clean up any schedule conversations, and then we'll get ready to get out of here. America's #1 sports picks app is available for you to be able to enhance your sports watching experience. Play various different sports, whether it's the NBA playoffs right now, where you can choose different stats to put together lineups more or less on player statistics to create your lineup. You've got the MLB season in full swing. You've got the NHL playoffs. You name it, you can put together lineups on Prize Picks right now. Link is in the description of this video. If you're already not on Prize Picks, use the promo code HMA. That's HMA to give you an opportunity as a first-time user to play $5 and get $50 instantly in lineup bonuses. That's right. Play $5 and get $50 instantly in lineup bonuses. You use the promo code HMA. Available in states like California, Florida, and Texas. Prize Picks. It's the #1 sports pick app in America for a reason. All right. Shout out to Prize Picks once again for sponsoring this stream. So, you've seen the schedule. You've seen the different different pockets of the schedule. I always like to break the schedule up into like digestible chunks, right? I think for the sake of this schedule, a lot of coaches like to break it up into quarters. I think you break this schedule up, and really, you probably should be doing that anyway at this point with the way it's set up because it's 18 weeks. But I think you break the schedule up into to thirds, right? You have your first 6 weeks, then you have your bye week, you have the next 6 weeks, and then you have the final, 6 weeks, or final 5 weeks. I think the first 6 weeks it is the most grueling stretch of your schedule, the first 6 weeks. You play 3 NFC East opponents, all 3 in the first 6 weeks. 2 of them on the road to start. You make a trip to London. You play the defending Super Bowl champions. You go to San Francisco on a Monday night. That is all in the first 6 weeks. That is all in the first 6 weeks. You somehow get through that at 4-2. Hell, even 3-3. Even 3-3. But say you get through that at 4-2, 3-3. Now you got to turn it up. If you 3-3, you got to turn it up. Come off that bye. You got to find a way to beat Philadelphia at home. Rams at home is going to be tough. Rams anywhere. Rams on Jupiter is going to be tough. Giants on a quick turnaround Thursday night. It's going to be tough. We haven't proven, until we prove we can actually be a functional NFL football team on a Thursday night, we can't sit here and talk shit about what we can do to somebody on a Thursday yet. We ain't seen this group do that yet. I'm more nervous for the Week 10 matchup than I am some of these other games that you probably a little bit more nervous about. Just because I don't know how the hell the team going to respond on a Thursday. I'm more nervous about that game than I am Cincinnati the following week on a Monday night. Or even on the road at San Francisco. And 49ers are a way better team than the Giants. You come out of that stretch, let's say worst case scenario, you 3-3 heading into your bye. And then you come out of your bye and you go 2-2 after that, heading into that pivotal 6-week stretch, 12 through 17. Well, you 5-5. Now you got to do work. You 5-5. Now you got to do work. Again, 4-2 gets you to 9-7. 9-7 don't get you shit. Now you got to go 5-1. Now you got to heat up. But if you come out of that first 6 weeks 4-2, or you come out 3-3, and then instead of you going, 2-2 in that stretch, you go after the bye, those 4 weeks, you go 3-1. Now you 6-4. Now we talking about a whole different ball game. Again, I think what's going to be, and it don't matter how you do it, what's going to be critically important is that you get to that week 12 mark above 500. Above 500. Which means you would have to be 6-4. No worse than 6-4. Because if you don't, again, it's not out of the realm of possibility to go 5-1 or 6-0 during that stretch. It's just tough. You have no room for error, right? You want to give yourself, like in 2024, we went 7-2. It gave us a margin of error where you could lose 3 straight and still be okay. Now you had to go run the table and win 5 straight because the NFC was loaded that year. Remember, if we didn't beat Atlanta to get to 11 wins going into the final game, we would have had to go to Dallas to win and get to 11 wins to get into the playoffs. This is why I say you can't assume 10 wins get you in. You can't assume that. 11 probably gets you in, more likely than not. You can't assume 10 will. I think the biggest key is going to be getting to week 12 over 500. You do that, I think you're sitting pretty. Because the likelihood is we can win 4 out of the next 6 games. We can win 4 out of 6. 5 out of 6 is possible, but it's tougher, right? There's good teams in here. Jacksonville's no pushover. Atlanta's always tough. Houston's a good team. The Vikings, we haven't won in Minnesota since 2007. Like, they shut us out last year. So, like, there's no guarantees in there. Josh Gates, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Josh writes, hey, Lou, I just tapped into the stream. What's up, man? And just got off work. Man, the league doesn't want us to make the Super Bowl with this schedule. It's tough, Josh. I ain't gonna hold you. We pissed them off. I said this already, though. We pissed the league off last year. We did. I'm not saying that's why they gave us this schedule, right? We don't know who's going to be good, who's not going to be good. Seattle could come crashing back down to earth. Sam Darnold could turn back into a pumpkin. Like, we don't know. You know, we have no idea what's what. But if the teams are good that we think are going to be good, this is a tough schedule. Who are we kidding? The league wanted us to be good last year, and we failed them. So this is our reward for that. This is our reward. First time we've started with 2 road games to start the season off since 2012. Now, here's an even more in-depth question as we continue to peel back layers. Crack staff, I'm going to put y'all on this. When's the last time we started the season off with 2 straight road divisional games? We know the last time we started with 2 straight road games was 2012. When's the last time we started with 2 straight divisional road games? You probably got to go back a ways for that. Zoinks! Scoop! If it's even ever happened before. If it's even ever happened before. Yeah, it's definitely a tough schedule, but we can do it. We can do it. One at a time, though. One game at a time. That's what I always tell y'all. One game at a time. Mark David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. I don't think that's a double up. Might be a triple up. My guy Mark writes, maybe having this schedule is a blessing. We get to see where we stack up against the good teams early. No Giants or Cards layups to overhype us. That's another way of looking at it. That's another way to put a positive spin on it. Like, there are no games here where you're the superior team. Like, even like, think about week 1 last year against the Giants. That wasn't an impressive win. The defense looked dominant, but we later found out the Giants' offense was terrible. That's why our defense looked so good, because our defense, we later found out, was terrible. But when you play teams that give you a false sense of confidence, you can get got. But I would also quickly offer this rebuttal to that. It doesn't matter who you beat, how you beat them, etc. Winning begets confidence in this league. The more you win, the more confidence you gain. And then you start maybe playing above your means. And that's what we did in 2024. We gained more and more. Even the loss to Baltimore early in that season, if you recall, even that shit gave us confidence. In previous years, we would have gotten blown out in that game, 38-13. Jaden completing 4th down throws to Terry McLaurin and, you know, getting us down the field and hitting Noah Brown and pass interference to Noah Brown, all kinds of shit. Finding ways to keep us alive, keep us in that game, and made it a 1-score game. Made it highly competitive. Made the Ravens have to, you know, convert some big 3rd downs. I thought we got jerked on third down penalty on Benjamin St. Juste that was phantom, but that's nowhere here nor there. The bottom line is we weren't happy about the loss. We weren't okay. We weren't on some Brian Orakpo. We just went toe-to-toe with the Baltimore Ravens bullshit. But we also was like, yo, we also acknowledged, nah, we just hung with them in a game where they could have easily ran away and hid from us. We hung with them. So I do think having these tough games to start, you'll learn a lot about yourself. You'll learn a lot about your football team. A lot more than you would if you were playing teams that were lesser opponents. But a win's a win in the National Football League. So had you gotten your shit off early in the season against Arizona and Tennessee, and then you had the Giants in week 3 and you started 3-0 because you played 3 inferior opponents, I would not have been upset at that either. Could it have led to us being more confident than we needed to? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'd much rather start fast than slow. I'm not saying much by saying that, but much rather start fast than slow. Lang Hughes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Lang Hughes writes, Hurts with no AJ, Bart Scott. Can't wait. Neither can I. Neither can I. Colin Talk Sports. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, frightening fact, 2019, the last time we started with 2 division opponents, Eagles week 1, Dallas week 2. Hope we get a different result. Did we start with the Cowboys in week 2? I know Eagles was week 1 in 2019, the Case Keenum season. Where the Cowboys week 2? I'm gonna look it up because I put the crack staff on it and they said we hadn't had back-to-back road games since 2012. So that would negate that. Now you might just be talking about division games in general, but sound like you're talking about the first 2 weeks. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up because I don't remember what the second game was that season. That was the Case Keenum year. That was the Dwayne Haskins year. So only one way to find out. Let's look it up. Okay. So that wasn't a road game. That was a home game. Now it was 2 NFC East opponents, but it wasn't 2 road games. The Dallas game the following week was a home game. I remember the Dwayne Haskins week 4 game against the Giants. He got in. Case Keenum got hurt. He got in there, and Jay Gruden basically embarrassed him. Was like he wasn't ready. He put him out there on purpose just to show everybody he wasn't ready. Jay won't shit for that. But Jay was fighting for his life. He knew he was getting fired, and he got fired like 2 weeks later. He says, hope we get a different result. Yeah, we need a different result than 2019. We lost both of those games. J-Dub Clatt, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. J-Dub Clatt writes, 1982 was the last time it happened when we faced back-to-back division opponents. Wowzers. So I think somebody in the chat or multiple people were saying in 1982. I think my guy Swaggy P was saying 1982. That might have been what he was referring to. 2 straight division opponents. That's a long time. 1982? What? Sheesh. Chief on Chi. That's wild. Sheesh. 2012 is 13. 82 is what? 40 years from then? Like, so 02, 92. Wait. Yeah, 02, 92, 8, so 30 years. You talking about 43 years ago. Was the last time we had back-to-back divisional opponents on the road to start a season. Sheesh. Josh Gates, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes that week 6 to 11 pocket is brutal. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. If you look at it from that lens, 6 through 11, there's a bye week in there that kind of like I don't like including that pocket because of the 49ers because there's a bye week. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. Eagles on a Sunday night at home, Rams the following week at home, quick turnaround, Giants on the road, and then Monday Night Football, Bengals at home. And in that same pocket, all 4 of our primetime games exist in that pocket, weeks 6 through 11. You're going to see a lot of us. Hopefully we got our shit together because you're going to see a lot of us in that condensed amount of time, weeks 6 through 11. All 4 of our primetime games are in that window. Back-to-back games. Now, obviously, there's a bye week in between 6 and 8, but back-to-back showings on primetime, and then Rams, and then back-to-back primetime again, Thursday and then Monday night. So, yeah. That's a tough pocket, but then I think you have a chance to then exhale that next pocket, starting in week 12. Again, not going to be easy, but it's not as brutal as the stretch you're referring to, or even the start to the season, for that matter. Command OGJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, "Hey Lou, not an injury worrier, but feels like NFL and networks know a fresh Jaden on the road at the link and at Dallas early is like money in the bank. No one wants to see Marcus late in the season in prime games." This is true, but neither one of them are prime, technically prime time games, right? Like they're both 425 kicks, I believe. So they're still America's game of the week, you would assume those games would be. So they still matter to the NFL, but I don't think you're wrong. I think that's why you're seeing so many of our primetime games bunched in the first, 11 weeks. Because you want to, I thought there was a chance you would see us on primetime even earlier. I kept saying week 2, week 2, week 2, week 2, week 2. So I do think there is some credence to, hey, let's get some of these matchups out of the way. We thought we were doing ourselves a solid by holding off on the Eagles Commanders matchup until the end of the season, and it ended up not mattering at all. Let's get some of these shits early in the season this year. Troy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Troy writes, "Hey Lou, what's up, Troy? We went to the Super Bowl in '82. Just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I hear you loud and clear. I hear you loud and clear, Troy. You got my attention. I'm listening. Keep going." We went to the Super Bowl in '82. Just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Hey, I hear you loud and clear, Troy. I'm listening. You got my attention. I'm with the shits, man. I'm with it. We still got work to do, but I'm with it. That's for damn sure. I'm with it. All right. So we are approaching the 5 o'clock hour, which means my time here is up. So we will be back a little bit later on tonight when the schedule officially releases we'll take a look at the release video that the team puts together. If there's even a video, it might just be like a series of posts. We'll see if they're lazy or not with it. But ultimately, we'll come back. We've done most of the, the different conversations that I, want to have. We've had them already, but we'll come back and we'll have some more conversations later on. And then, of course, the Kings are going to get together. I can't wait to hear what they have to say about this schedule overall and the different pockets of this schedule, et cetera, et cetera. So looking forward to seeing what they have to say. Looking forward to seeing what you guys have to say. And again, you're going to see me again later on this evening. And then you're going to see me with the Kings later on tonight. So schedule release. Celebrate. We finally got here. Now we know, right? We've been talking. We talked about the opponents. We knew where we were going to play them. We just didn't know when. Now we do. And is the schedule tough? Yeah, it is. Is it doable? Absolutely. Can we thrive in this schedule? You damn right we can. Will we? That's the $1 million question. Anyway, I'm your man, Louie Tee, signing off. I appreciate y'all for kicking it with the kid once again on another 5-hour stream, marathon schedule release day stream. This is our annual thing. We're going to continue to do this every year. And I ask that you continue to come chop it up with the kid every year. So with that said, you guys have a good one. Take care. And I look forward to chopping it up with you guys a little bit later on this evening. We did it. And we got it. Shout out to y'all in the chat for helping crack the code on the schedule. We've been able to talk about it because we figured it out. That was all y'all. So until next time, peace.